There's something uniquely fragile about a crown when it waits in silence. Before it rests on a head, before its weight presses against a brow still soft from childhood, it's just a circle of metal, sleeping, expectant. Tonight we are drifting toward those moments, when for reasons known and unknown, the world placed the immense burden of rule upon children. Imagine footsteps in palaces where a child's laughter once echoed. Tiny footprints pressed into marble floors, where now only dust and time remain. Close your eyes if you'd like. Picture a throne room without a sound, the deep hush just before a ceremony. A child's breath is caught somewhere between wonder and fear. You can almost hear the low murmurs of advisors, the soft clinking of jewels, the air heavy with perfume and incense. And behind it all, you can feel the faint, rapid heartbeat of someone far too young to understand what eternity is asking of them. We're going to visit them one by one. We'll start with Tutankhamun, the boy pharaoh who inherited a broken faith before he could truly speak its language. He was handed a kingdom in turmoil, his small hands tasked with mending the rift between gods and men. We see him not as a golden mask, but as a child walking through the grand halls of Thebes, the sun on his face, unaware of the short, dazzling, and complicated path that lay before him. His name, Tutankhamun, meant living image of Amen, a heavy title for a boy who likely just wanted to play in the palace gardens. From the sands of Egypt, we travel to the cold, stark Kremlin of 16th century Russia to a boy named Ivan. We know him as the Terrible, but before the terror, there was a child. Orphaned at a young age, Ivan grew up surrounded by the whispers and schemes of powerful nobles, the boyars who vied for control. He learned suspicion before he learned trust. He saw cruelty before he understood kindness. Imagine a young boy isolated on a grand throne, watching the shadows in the corners of the room, learning that a crown could be as much a cage as a symbol of power. The boy who played with toy soldiers would one day command real ones, his childhood fears hardening into a brutal reign.
Ow.
Then, our journey takes us to the Forbidden City in China, to the last emperor, Puyi. He was called the Son of Heaven before he could even walk. At the age of 2, he was lifted onto the dragon throne, a living deity in a world of ancient ritual. But the heaven he was meant to rule was already closing its gates. He was a god trapped within palace walls, his world a gilded cage of ceremony, eunuchs, and tradition, while outside, the modern world was tearing his empire apart. He was a sovereign who had everything but owned nothing, least of all his own life. Finally, we crossed the sea to the wind-swept castles of Scotland to Mary, Queen of Scots, crowned when she was just 9 months old. Her lullabies were sung beneath banners and blades. Her childhood was a political chessboard, moved between Scotland and France for her safety and for the ambitions of others. She was a queen before she was a girl, her claim to a throne a constant danger. Her life was a tapestry woven with threads of love, betrayal, and tragedy, a story that began not with a fairy tale, with the cold, hard reality of a crown waiting for a baby's head. These stories aren't here for us to solve. They aren't simple lessons. They are echoes. Echoes of soft hands touching cold gold, of crowns far too heavy for small heads, of dreams that had no time to grow before duty took their place. They remind us that, behind the grand portraits and the epic histories, there were children caught in the great turning gears of the world. In the quiet sands of ancient Egypt, time doesn't march in a straight line. It circles and hums like wind curling around the pillars of forgotten temples. And somewhere within that hum, long before the word pharaoh lost its echo, a small child was lifted into the golden light and declared a god. His name was Tutankhamun, though, at first. Yet he might have only heard the softness of it, not the heavy burden it carried. Imagine him not as a golden mask behind museum glass, but as a young boy, maybe 9 years old, sitting cross-legged in a cool stone chamber. He's tracing shapes in the dust on the floor while priests whisper just beyond the walls. He doesn't yet know that his father's kingdom is fractured, or that the crown he's destined to wear is meant to repair something vast and invisible. He only knows the way sunlight falls in ribbons through the lattice screens, painting his small hands in shimmering gold. Outside these palace walls, life flows on. The Nile River drifts past, unbothered by the succession of human thrones. Fishermen hum old familiar songs, their melodies unchanged even as the gods they worship are being redefined. The city itself is a mix of emotions, half in mourning for the old king, half in hope for the new one. This is the way it always is when the gods decide on a new vessel. Somewhere in the palace, an older servant watches the boy play. She feels a surge of devotion, but also a deep, quiet sorrow. She knows a truth as old as the pyramids. Kings, especially boy kings, do not stay children for long. Soon, Tutankhamun's simple toys will become sacred relics. His innocent laughter will be reinterpreted as prophecy. Every small gesture he makes, every tilt of his head, every quiet word he speaks will be meticulously written down, studied as if it carries divine intent. And yet, maybe all he really wants is to watch the ibis birds rise from the reeds along the riverbank. Perhaps he just wants to ask why everyone bows so low when they pass him in the hallway. The walls around him are a canvas of painted gods, their faces serene and powerful. None of them can explain what it means to be told, "You live forever," when you only 9 years old. The priests tell him his heart belongs to the sun god. But it still beats just like any child's heart, fast when he's afraid, slow when he's tired, and warm when he holds his mother's hand. In the vast desert, just beyond the city, the wind carves his name into the sand, over and over, only to erase it moments later. This is how eternity truly behaves, not as a single, unbroken promise, but as a constant cycle of remembering and forgetting. The boy who would one day become the most famous of all Egypt's rulers might have stared out at that endless horizon and wondered why everything beautiful must eventually vanish beneath it. For now, the kingdom waits. The court intrigues swirl. And the gods, if they are watching from their celestial thrones, remain silent. In the grand palaces of Egypt, when even the highest courtier holds their breath, there is a sound. Not silence, but something softer. It's the whisper of fine linen, the lazy curl of incense smoke, the ghost of a sandal sliding across polished stone. And in the middle of it all, a young boy sat perfectly still, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. This was Tutankhamun, and this was his first moment as king. The throne was immense, overwhelming. It wasn't built for a child's small frame, but for the very idea of eternity. Glimmering gold leaf danced in the torchlight, making the air itself seem liquid and alive. He was dwarfed by it all, his feet dangling high above the floor, his shoulders not even brushing the carved wings of the goddess wrapping around the backrest. Around him, courtiers bowed low, their voices a deep murmur of divine praise. For a moment, he didn't even realize they were speaking to him. Then came the crown. It was heavier than it looked, but not as heavy as the expectations it carried. It smelled of ancient metal and sweat, of countless rituals and the passage of time. As they placed it upon his head, the world seemed to shift and warp. Or maybe it just felt that way. And when you were told you were a living god, even the room begins to treat you differently. Every tiny movement becomes a sacred act. Every quiet moment is charged with meaning. But between the booming chants, another sound persisted, the sound of his own breath, quick, shallow, almost swallowed by the ceremonial drums. A fragile human sound in a room full of gods and symbols. Outside, the eternal desert wind swept across the sands, indifferent to the history being made within. The priests spoke with grand authority. They talked of restoring balance, of reopening the old temples, of bringing the forgotten names of the gods back to the lips of the people. But inside the boy king's chest, none of that resonated just yet. He was probably more focused on the cool smoothness of the stone under his palms, or the way a single beam of sunlight warmed a patch of floor by his feet. He watched a fly drift lazily through the sacred air, completely unimpressed by the divine proceedings. In that small, ordinary detail, the weight of eternity felt, for a fleeting second, almost gentle. The boy king blinked. The crown glinted, and it felt as if the entire kingdom let out a collective sigh. The real work was about to begin. There would be decrees to sign, lessons to learn from advisors who spoke as if addressing the heavens themselves. There would be long, lonely nights behind gilded screens, where sleep would be a restless visitor, tangled in dreams of things he didn't yet have words for. Somewhere deep within the palace, a musician was tuning a harp. The notes were soft and trembling, like time itself, preparing a lullaby for a boy who could no longer be just a boy. Tutankhamun closed his eyes, just for a heartbeat, and felt the immeasurable weight of everything he could not yet name. The gods had granted him absolute power, but in return, they had stolen his right to grow up quietly. Yet, perhaps in that very moment, perched on a throne far too large for him, he found a strange and unique kind of peace. It was the peace of someone who has not yet learned to be afraid of tomorrow. Night in the royal palace came slowly, like a curtain drawn over a flame. The air cooled, the servants' footsteps faded, and the walls began their long, quiet breathing, that settling of stone that only those who have listened carefully to silence can hear. Tutankhamun often wandered these corridors in his mind, though his body rarely left the guarded rooms he was allowed to call his own. The palace was both vast and small to him, vast in its endless echoing halls, but small in the way every path was watched. Beyond one of the heavy doors lay a chamber few ever entered, a place of miniature wonders built by the artisans of his ancestors. There were carved animals no bigger than his thumb, tiny chariots, wooden dolls, and boxes of painted glass. He would sit among them as dusk deepened, running his fingers over their smooth edges, imagining that somewhere inside each object, a secret dream slept. In the soft flicker of the oil lamps, the toys seemed to breathe. The little lions glowed with an amber light, and the chariots gleamed as if waiting for unseen riders to take the reins. Sometimes he would whisper to them, asking questions no priest could answer. What did the desert smell like beyond the walls? What color was the river at dawn? Did the stars even care about kings? There were no replies, of course. Only the soft whisper of wind against the shutters and the gentle sigh of the flame. Yet even that felt like a conversation, a private exchange between a boy and the world, between a child and eternity. His tutors told him grand stories of gods who spoke through symbols, and soon he began to see them everywhere. In the delicate curve of a painted feather, in the thin crack across a mosaic floor, in the slow, deliberate turning of a beetle on the stone, the entire palace was alive with quiet, hidden meanings just waiting to be discovered. Some nights he would imagine the halls filled again with laughter, his father's voice perhaps, or the joyous songs of workers celebrating the end of a festival. Then, as sleep began to claim him, the sounds would thin out, fading into the hushed stillness of the present moment, the eternal now. In his dreams, he walked through rooms that did not truly exist. Rooms made of sand and starlight, where walls dissolved into endless dunes, and every door opened to the same vast, silent desert. There he was not a king or a child, just a small shape under an endless sky, feeling weightless and completely free. But morning always returned, bringing with it a procession of advisors and the endless, unyielding rhythm of royal ritual. The same corridors that had seemed so full of magic in the dark became, once again, corridors of duty. He would rise, wash, bow, sign, listen, and nod. All the while the hidden rooms waited, patient and silent, for evening to fall again. Perhaps the gods watched this cycle with quiet amusement. Perhaps they even envied at the gentle repetition, the innocence of not knowing that the world already has plans for you. And so the boy continued to grow within his golden cage, surrounded by statues that smiled without kindness, watched over by histories far too heavy to move. Yet somewhere, inside the stillness of those hidden rooms, kept a fragment of himself, untouched, small, unspoken freedom. As delicate and precious as a speck of dust dancing in a sunbeam, the boy king sometimes heard them at dawn, distant, rhythmic sounds rising from beyond the palace walls. The chisels, the hammers, the muted voices of the tomb builders. They worked where the desert met the cliffs, carving rooms into stone that would one day hold his name. He was too young to understand what that meant, yet the sound lingered in him, soft and persistent. Each strike echoed like a slow heartbeat from another world. He would sit by a narrow window as the first light spilled over the Nile, watching the river's surface tremble under the morning wind. It was said that eternity was being prepared for him, stone by stone, line by line, far beneath the cliffs where the gods were carved into walls of ochre and dust. Sometimes he imagined walking there, unseen, watching the workers pause to drink, to stretch, to laugh under the heat. They did not know he dreamed of them. They did not know their hands were shaping his forever. Perhaps that was a mercy that those who built eternity never truly had to face it. The priests spoke of death as a doorway, but to Tutankhamun, it was only a word that made the air colder. He wondered why a boy should need a tomb at all, why so much care was taken for a future that did not yet exist. In secret moments, he would touch his chest and feel his heart beat. quick and sure, and think to himself, I am still here. The gilded palace walls, however, could not answer his quiet questions. They only shimmered back the light. He grew used to that, the way the world reflected him without truly seeing him. And still, the builders carved. He could almost hear the shape of their devotion, a rhythm older than his crown, older than his line. The dust that rose from their work drifted across the desert, and perhaps, on certain days it found its way to the palace gates, where it settled like a whisper on the steps. He liked to imagine it carrying stories of laughter, of sweat, of lives unrecorded. Maybe, he thought, that was another kind of eternity, to leave behind a trace that no one notices, a dust that glows only when the sunlight finds it.
House.
As he listened, the sound of the chisels became a strange sort of lullaby. It soothed him more than prayers or songs of power. There was something honest in it, something simple. The builders were not trying to rule the world or please the gods. They were only carving because that is what hands do when given stone. In that thought, the boy king found a sliver of peace. When night returned, he dreamed of walking through their tunnels, school silent, endless, his footsteps stirring the dust. He saw walls painted with stars that never dimmed, ceilings shaped like the sky, and he thought, if eternity is this quiet, maybe it will not be so lonely. Outside his window, the desert wind rose and fell, sweeping the sound of hammers into the vastness, where it blended with the pulse of time itself. Somewhere unseen, the tomb grew deeper, and the boy continued to breathe. Both were still under construction, the king and his eternity, each one waiting for the other to be complete. Have you ever had a dream that felt like a memory, or one that felt like a prophecy? Tutankhamun, the boy king, lived his life somewhere between the two. As the years passed, though, there were not many. He grew quieter, his voice softer, his gaze older. The palace still gleamed with gold, the priests still bowed low, but he had learned a truth few ever do, that gold is just another kind of dust. The world outside his chambers was vast and unending. Yet inside his own mind, he often wandered alone through dunes that seemed to breathe beneath the moonlight. The desert was both his kingdom and his mirror. At night, when sleep was slow to come, he would rise and walk to the balcony, the air smelling faintly of cool stone and date palms. He'd watch the horizon glow like a long, low ember stretched across the earth, and in that dim light, he would close his eyes and imagine walking out into the sand until the palace disappeared behind him. In this dream, he carried no crown, no title, no weight of his ancestors. There was only his own heartbeat and the sound of the wind. Sometimes, figures of the gods would appear at the edge of the dunes, not as stone statues, but as shifting shapes of smoke and starlight. They never spoke, only watched him, their faces kind but unreadable. Once, in such a dream, he asked them quietly, "Why do you make kings of children?" And though they did not answer, the sand around his feet began to glow, blindingly, but softly, like gold remembering its origin. He understood then, perhaps, that kingship wasn't about rule or grandeur, but about being watched by people, by time, by eternity itself. He was a flame held briefly in a windless room, beautiful because it could go out at any moment. In the mornings, when he awoke, he would feel the faint ache of something left unfinished, as if the dream had promised more than it gave. His advisors would come, and the ceremonies would begin again. Offerings, rituals, prayers. But even as they spoke of immortality, he sensed how fragile they all were, these men who bowed so low, their voices trembling as if to keep from fading into nothingness. Sometimes he wished he could tell them that eternity isn't found in stone, nor in names carved upon it, but in the soft, invisible way a thought lingers after it's been spoken. One evening, as the sun melted into red across the horizon, he watched the workers returning home, their silhouettes moving like quiet shadows against the sand. He envied their simplicity, their days shaped by light and rest, their nights without the weight of thrones. The gods had chosen him for splendor, but he would have chosen peace. Yet even as he thought this, a strange calm filled him. It was as if somewhere deep inside, he had already accepted that his time would be short. The desert stretched endlessly before him, a sea without water, a mirror without a face. He could almost see his name written across it, a name that would one day sleep beneath the earth, yet never quite disappear. When the moon rose, pale and round. He lifted his gaze to it and whispered something only the stars could hear. Perhaps it was gratitude. Perhaps it was a farewell. The night wind carried it away, scattering it like dust across eternity. The boy who became a king was becoming, at last, a story. When his final days arrived, they didn't announce themselves. They drifted in softly, like the desert wind through the curtains. At first it was just a cough, a faint tremor, a dimming of the eyes that once shone like sunlight on water. The physicians chanted their incantations, the priests burned resins, and courtiers whispered prophecies in shadowy corners. But for Tutankhamun, the end wasn't a tragedy. It was quiet. It felt as if the world was being gently unspooled, thread by golden thread, until only silence remained. He lay beneath layers of fine linen and perfume, surrounded by shadows that moved like memories. Perhaps he thought of the hidden rooms where his childhood toys still waited, untouched. Or maybe he heard the distant sound of builders, chiseling his eternity into the cliffs, their tools striking the final hollow notes of his story. The boy who had been called a god was now just a breath warm, fragile and fleeting. The sun slipped behind the dunes, painting the sky a brilliant copper. A stillness fell over the palace. Every servant paused, as if the air itself demanded reverence. Somewhere a harp played one last trembling note before it, too, fell silent. And in that profound stillness, Tutankhamun's eyes closed, not in fear, but in quiet wonder. We're told his tomb awaited him perfectly, its walls painted with epic journeys and starry skies. But perhaps in that final moment, he saw something else. Not a grand kingdom of gods, but the simple curve of the river, the shimmer of dawn over the water, and the distant laughter of children playing in the sand, you might have thought. So this is eternity, not marble or gold, but stillness. When they carried him to his final resting place, the desert kept its word. The builders sealed the tomb, their torches flickering as they backed away, the echo of their footsteps swallowed by the earth. Outside, the wind smoothed over the sand, erasing every trace of their work. Time resumed its long, patient breath. Centuries folded over one another. Dynasties rose and fell like waves upon the shore, and all the while the boy king slept. He slept not as a god, but as a whisper held within the stone. Even now, when we speak his name, something ancient stirs, a faint warmth in the air, as if the desert itself remembers, and in that remembrance lies his truest crown. It's not the one made of gold and lapis lazuli, but the one forged from wonder, the ability to be rediscovered, to be seen with fresh eyes that never knew him in life. Tutankhamun remains in that place where silence meets light. His story told not in grand triumphs, but in profound stillness. And perhaps that's what eternity truly is, not worship or fear, but the simple, quiet endurance of a life that became a legend. The boy became a king. The king became a myth. The myth became once more the softest dream beneath the sand. Long before he was called terrible, he was simply a boy who listened to the cold. Imagine this: the Kremlin in winter, a world of echoes. The sharp sound of boots on stone, the distant clatter of keys, and the low murmur of prayers that never seemed to bring any warmth. In its grand high chambers, a small boy named Ivan sat alone on carved chairs far too big for his frame, watching frost draw delicate icy patterns along the windows. Outside Moscow breathed smoke into the white sky, but inside power whispered in languages a child could not yet understand. Think about it. He inherited the throne of all Rus when he was only 3 years old. The powerful men around him, the boyars, would bow low and smile with careful, practiced lips, but their eyes were always calculating, their hands always seeming to hide something. It was as if they forgot he was even there. He would sit quietly, his small fingers tracing the arms of the throne, feeling the dents and grooves left by generations of rulers before him. The weight of the grand prince's crown, the cap of Monomac, was far too heavy for his soft hair. So, they placed it beside him on a velvet cushion, a silent circle of gold and sable, watching its future master with an unblinking metallic patience. In the long, winding corridors, servants would walk quickly, their gazes fixed on the floor, always avoiding his eyes. He learned a harsh lesson very early. In this place, kindness was fragile, a currency rarely spent. The palace itself smelled of old candle wax, the cold temps of iron, and the faint, sweet scent of decay. Yet even within that deep, bone-aching chill, the boy carried a strange, unnerving calm. It was as if some quiet, ancient part of him already understood the true nature of power, that it was indeed a gift to be treasured, but a shadow that clung to whoever stood nearest the light. On the coldest nights, he would press his small ear against the stone wall and just listen. He could hear the wind howling through the towers, the deep, slow creak of ancient wood groaning beneath the weight of centuries. Sometimes he imagined he heard voices, not the scheming courtiers or the muttering priests, but older whispers, as if the very walls of the Kremlin remembered every secret ever spoken within them. He wondered if his father's laughter still echoed there somewhere, faint and broken by time. No one told him stories at night anymore. The nurses were gone, the warmth was gone, and the silence grew until it became his only companion. He would speak to it sometimes, his voice a soft whisper, asking questions the living never bothered to answer. In the reflection of the frost-covered window, he saw himself double the boy and the king, standing side by side, one slowly fading into the other, or somewhere deep within that lonely heart. He began to understand a terrifying truth, that love and fear can often wear the exact same face. He didn't yet have the words for betrayal, but he could feel its shape in the way hands would hesitate just before touching him in, the way voices would instantly drop to a hush the moment he entered a room. Outside, the snow kept falling, soft and endless, blanketing the world in white. Inside, the child kept watching, waiting for a warmth that would never come. The torches on the walls flickered, casting long, dancing shadows. The throne loomed behind him like a silent beast. The shadow of the man he would become began to stern, yet cruel, not yet angry, just lonely. The crown waited, as all crowns do, for the moment the child beneath it would finally forget how to dream. When the thaw came each spring, the courtyards of the Kremlin filled with a strange gray light, neither warm nor cold, neither new nor familiar. The trees, bare and twisted, reached upward as though begging the sun to remember them. It was in those days that a young boy named Ivan would walk the inner gardens, a small figure wrapped in fur, moving among statues that had long since forgotten their purpose. His attendants followed from a distance, speaking softly to one another, as if even their whispers might fracture the fragile quiet. Ivan didn't mind their distance, preferred to wander alone. He'd pause beside the frozen pond, its surface still clouded with ice, and trace circles on it with a stick. Sometimes he imagined faces looking up from beneath, blurred, ancient, and kind. He told himself they were angels, guardians perhaps, though no one had ever told him what angels truly looked like. The garden smelled of damp earth and rusting gates. Birds sang occasionally, but never for long. It was a place that seemed to hover between worlds, too alive for death, too quiet for life. When he walked there, he felt as though he had stepped out of time entirely. The statues, carved saints and worn lions, leaned slightly with age, their expressions softened by seasons of frost. In the evenings, when the wind rose, they seemed almost to speak, the faint moan of air through hollow stone. Ivan would stand very still then, eyes wide, heart calm, listening. He liked the company of ghosts more than the company of men. They did not demand anything. They did not deceive. They simply existed, steady and pale, their silence and answered two questions too large to ask. Sometimes he brought crumbs of bread from the kitchen and scattered them for the birds that gathered near the old chapel wall. Once, when he was certain no one was watching, he pressed his forehead to the cold stone and whispered something into it. A secret or a prayer or perhaps just his own name to see if the stone would remember it. The next morning, frost had drawn delicate, intricate shapes over that same spot, patterns that looked to him like writing. He couldn't read them, but he felt sure they were meant for him. Children have a way of seeing the invisible, and Ivan still had that gift, though the world was already trying to take it from him. When storms rolled over the city, he would sit by the window watching lightning twist above the onion domes, the sky cracking open like a voice too full of grief. He wondered if his father saw it too, from wherever the dead reside. The priests told him heaven was endless light, but he suspected it was more like this, flashes of brilliance and long stretches of gray. He would grow older, of course, and the ghosts would fade, but for now, in those early years, They were his friends. They filled the emptiness left by vanished hands and forgotten lullabies. Perhaps they, in turn, found comfort in the boy's quiet gaze, in the way he saw them, not as phantoms, but as company. The garden would one day be torn down, rebuilt, and renamed. But the memory of that small child walking among statues in the half-light would linger in the air, like breath on winter glass. It was there in that garden of ghosts that the first shadows of the man he would become began to bloom, not from cruelty, but from a profound and deep solitude, and the snow falling gently even in his dreams covered everything equally, the stones, the saints, and the boy who still believed the world could listen. At night, when the palace slept, Ivan could still hear them. He could still hear them, the men who ruled in his name, their voices slithering through the corridors like smoke. They spoke of alliances and betrayals, of lands and loyalties, and always, always of power. The boy would lie on his narrow bed, staring at the ceiling carved with stars that did not shine, and listen to the sound of decisions being made without him. He didn't understand all their words, but he understood their tone, the low hum of greed. The sharp crack of fear disguised his confidence. By day, these same men bowed to him, their smiles pretending their hearts were pure, but at night their voices revealed the truth. Sometimes he would rise from his bed and walk barefoot across the cold stone floor, the silence stretching out before him like an invitation. He would pause at the top of the stairway, hidden by shadow, and peer down into the hall below. There, beneath the flickering lamps, the council gathered for callers gleaming, hands gesturing through the air thick with the scent of wine and wax. Their faces glowed red and gold, their words sharp enough to wound. He couldn't catch every sentence, but he could feel the rising heat of anger, the rhythm of their plotting. Once, one of them laughed too loudly, and Ivan flinched. It sounded like something fragile breaking. From behind the railing, the boy's breath fogged the air. None of them ever looked up. They had forgotten, as they often did, that the child king was not a statue. He watched them the way one watches a storm, fascinated, afraid, but unable to turn away. It was here in the shadows that he learned the shape of deceit, the weight of silence, and the strange comfort of invisibility. He began to realize that in this palace, words were weapons sharper than any blade. Each promise was a trap, each gesture a test. The boy's tutors told him stories of saints and martyrs, but he saw none in these rooms. He saw only actors, performing loyalty before turning away to whisper their true intentions. He wondered, quietly, whether they feared him, or only what he might one day become. When dawn came, he would sit again on the throne and let them kneel before him, his face still and unreadable. He said little, for he had learned that quiet unsettles those who rely on words to hide their truths. And as they knelt, each man wondering how much the child might know, Ivan would listen not to what they said, but to the tremor beneath it. He began to collect these tremors, storing them away like coins. Every lie, every half-smile, every glance that lingered just a moment too long. He was building something within himself, though he could not yet name it. It wasn't hatred, not yet. It was only awareness, the slow understanding that love was dangerous, that trust was a story told to children, and that kingship was a cage disguised as glory. When the council dispersed and the palace fell silent once more, Ivan would return to his room and sit by the window, watching the sky pale over the snow. He would think of his mother, whose perfume he still remembered, though her face had begun to fade. He would think of the garden now hidden under frost, and he would think of the men who whispered below, wondering if, when he was grown, they would still speak so freely. The snow outside thickened, soft and endless, covering the rooftops like the slow closing of an eye. Inside, the boy sat perfectly still, listening, remembering, waiting. The thrones whispered, but the child was learning how to whisper back. The day they placed the crown upon his head, Ivan felt neither taller nor older. The hall was filled with incense and candlelight, the kind that burns too slowly, too thickly, wrapping the air in a haze of gold and grief. The bells outside tolled like distant thunder. He was 16, still a boy by most measures, yet already something less and something more. The crown was heavy, not just in weight but in silence. It pressed into his temples, as though reminding him of everything that had come before the nights of whispering. The empty corridors, the faces that had smiled too easily. The robe they draped over his shoulders trailed behind him like a frozen river, red and shimmering. He walked toward the throne as the priests chanted, their voices echoing in the vaulted chamber, weaving prayers around him like invisible chains. The words spoke of divine right, of destiny, of the sacred bond between ruler and land. But to Ivan, they sounded like the rustle of leaves in winter brittle, hollow, already dying. He did not feel divine, felt watched. Every movement, every breath seemed to belong to someone else. The courtiers bowed low, the nobles pressed their hands to their hearts. But beneath their gestures, he could feel it the hum of hunger, the tremor of fear. They weren't celebrating him, they were measuring him. How easily would this boy bend? How far could he be pushed before he broke? He met their gazes one by one, and in that stillness, something inside him hardened, like water turning to ice. Perhaps that was the true coronation, not the moment the crown touched his head. But the instant he understood that warmth was a weakness. When the ceremony ended, he stood alone before the great windows of the Kremlin, looking out over Moscow. The city sprawled below like a sleeping beast, roofs glittering beneath the snow, smoke curling from the chimneys in slow, steady breaths. He thought of his mother, her hands resting once upon his hair, and for a brief moment, the boy beneath the crown wished for her voice just once more. Just enough to say that he was not alone. But the echo never came. Instead, he felt the cold settling deeper, rooting itself in his chest. Outside, a raven landed on the window ledge, its feathers black against the white world. It tilted its head, curious, unafraid. Ivan watched it, and the bird watched him. Two creatures bound by hunger and solitude. Then, without a sound, it flew away, leaving only a dark feather trembling on the snow. The boy picked it up and held it between his fingers, feeling how light it was, how fragile. Crown, he thought, should weigh no more than this, and yet his own felt like stone. As evening fell, the celebration turned to feasting laughter, music, the clinking of goblets. He sat at the head of the table, unmoving, smiling when expected, drinking when offered, his mind drifting far beyond the room. He saw in his mind the faces of those who had once spoken over him, those who had decided his life before he could speak for himself. And slowly, quietly, a vow began to form, not of vengeance. Not yet, but of control. He would not be the shadow of a throne. He would be the light that cast it. The crown on his head glittered under the candlelight, and though it gleamed like gold, it felt like frost. That night, as the feast went on and the music grew louder, Ivan slipped away into the empty corridors, the sound fading behind him. He walked until he reached the old garden, the one from his childhood, now buried beneath snow. He stood where the pond used to be and whispered into the dark, "Do you still remember me?" The wind stirred, soft and slow, as if answering, and in that quiet moment, surrounded by the frozen breath of his own past, the boy who became a king finally understood. He was not meant to melt. He was meant to endure. The desert was quiet in a way that felt eternal, not the absence of sound, but the hum of something vast and patient beneath it all. Long before dawn, the sands around Thebes turned the color of ash, and the air trembled with the slow, ancient breath of the Nile. Somewhere beyond that river, in a palace built for gods, not for boys, a child stirred in the half-light. Tutankhamun Tut, as his nurse once whispered softly, was barely 9 years old when the double crown of Egypt was placed upon his head. It was small enough to fit, yet heavy enough to press him into legend. The priests called him the living image of Ammon, the restorer of order, the bridge between humanity and the divine. But to the boy himself, it was only a golden weight that glittered too brightly for sleep. Morning servants bathed him in scented water, dressing him in linen so fine it whispered with his every move. The corridors around him were painted with stars, their ceilings so high they seemed to echo with dreams. When he walked, the very air seemed to part in reverence not for him, the boy, but for the god he represented. Tut never spoke of it, but sometimes, when he was sure no one was watching, he would press his palm against the cool painted walls, feeling the stone's quiet pulse. The murals told endless stories, kings ascending into light, gods offering crowns, the eternal river circling life and death. But he wondered in the stillness of his small heart if any of them had ever been children, too frightened, curious, lonely. His tutor spoke of duty and divinity, of the chaos his father's reign had left behind, and of the sacred work of restoring balance to the two lands. But in the evenings, when the temple lamps were extinguished and the grand corridors dimmed to a deep blue, he would sit by the window and watch the desert breathe. The dunes shimmered beneath the moonlight, endless and soft, and somewhere beyond them, he imagined the gods watching him, not sternly, but perhaps with a quiet pity for the boy trapped inside the pharaoh. He didn't yet understand power, only the ceremony that surrounded it. When he signed decrees, his hand was guided by another's. When he prayed, it was the priest's voices that carried the words for him. He was a vessel, a symbol, a name painted in gold. But there were moments, small and precious, when the boy inside the pharaoh slipped through the gilded cage. Once, he followed a servant to a courtyard where graceful cranes gathered near a reflecting pool. Their long legs stirred the water gently, scattering silver ripples beneath the rising sun. Tut knelt beside them, his own reflection wavering with theirs. And for a single heartbeat, the heavy crown upon his head seemed to vanish. He smiled then, quietly, as though seeing himself for the very first time not as divine, not as royal, but simply as alive. He wished, in that secret thought, that he could stay there forever, where the world was soft and no one bowed. But the moment passed. Footsteps approached, and the boy king stood once more, his shoulders straight, his expression calm. The cranes lifted into the air, their wings catching the morning light like white fire against the blue sky. He watched them disappear over the horizon and whispered something the priests would never have understood. A thank you, perhaps, or a silent promise. As the years went on, the gold around him grew heavier, the rituals longer, the voices louder. But beneath it all, Tut carried that small silence with him, the memory of wings, of water, of light. History would one day bury him in layers of stone and myth, sealing him away from the living. But in that moment, in the soft breath of the morning desert, he was just a boy watching the sky open. And for as long as he breathed, it felt as though even the gods must have listened. The palace held a quiet that was almost unbearable if one listened too closely. Its walls shimmered with gold leaf, catching the sun in a way that made the very air seem to glow. Tutankhamun walked slowly along the corridors, his bare feet pressing against the cool stone, tracing invisible patterns in the dust that settled like a fine powder over every surface. Around him, servants moved with deliberate, careful motions, as if afraid to disturb the hush. Each room was a universe unto itself, chambers lined with vibrant murals, alcoves filled with statues of gods and ancestors, and shelves holding small treasures meant to delight or instruct. The boy king knew their names, he knew their purposes, but their weight still astonished him. Every object seemed alive, as if watching, breathing, waiting for some signal from the child who ruled them all. He paused before a chest painted in brilliant red and lapis lazuli, a small bird carved into its lid. He lifted the lid gently, imagining the bird singing a song just for him. The palace smelled of incense, dust, and the faint metallic temps of metals long polished by human hands. It was a smell that clung to him, as if the building itself wished to mark him as its own. Turning a corner, he passed a hall filled with priests, their soft chanting threading through the air like smoke. Tut stopped for a moment, just listening.
Yes.
He could feel the invisible weight of expectation pressing down on his small shoulders, a weight that no amount of gold could truly balance. Somewhere beyond the walls, the Nile whispered against its banks, the slow, steady pulse of life that the palace could never contain. And for a single breath, the boy imagined stepping outside, letting the warm wind touch his skin, letting the world forget who he was, Pharaoh. God legend and just see him as a child. The thought lasted as long as a candle flame, then vanished under the steady hum of ritual. Tutankhamun pressed his palms against the walls, feeling the vibrations of voices and footsteps and prayers. He imagined that the palace itself remembered every boy who had walked these halls, perhaps even every god who had ever been summoned here, somewhere deep within himself. He He understood that his own story was already being written in invisible lines across the stone. He knew that one day, much, much later, someone would uncover it, layer by layer, dust by dust. Just as he now uncovered the small treasures hidden in the palace corners, he ran his fingers across carved birds, painted offerings, and gilded figures whose faces were frozen in perpetual devotion.
Ow.
And though the palace was vast and he was small, he felt a strange kinship with the stillness that surrounded him.
Ow.
It didn't demand anything from him, it only observed. He liked that quiet company far better than the whispered intrigues of his courtiers. At night, when the lamps were extinguished and the corridors became deep shadows, he would lie awake and imagine the palace breathing with him. The walls inhaled, the floors exhaled. The gold leaf shimmered softly as if remembering the touch of every hand that had passed before. Tutankhamun sometimes wondered if the palace ever grew tired of watching, if it longed for silence just as he did. In the end, he realized it didn't matter. The palace and he were bound together, not by expectation or fear, but by the quiet, invisible thread of time. And as he drifted into those rare moments of rest with the weight of divinity pressing like sunlight through his chest, he understood that the palace was a mirror of himself, brilliant, fragile, and alone, waiting for someone to see the life that lay just beneath the gold dust. In the deeper chambers of the palace, where sunlight barely reached and shadows draped themselves like curtains doors, Tutankhamun, the boy pharaoh, discovered secret corridors narrow, winding passages that seemed to exist outside of time. Here dust lay undisturbed, and the air held the faint scent of stone and forgotten incense. In these hidden veins of the great palace, he could move without ceremony, free from the crushing weight of expectation on his small shoulders. He would wander slowly, his fingers tracing the carved patterns on the walls, the only sound the echo of his own breath. These corridors were his refuge, twisting in impossible ways. At the end of some, he'd find tiny rooms like closets, filled with treasures no one used or remembered. Small figurines of gods, painted boxes, delicate jewelry, and scrolls whose words had faded into whispers of the past. Tut would touch each object gently, imagining the hands that made them, the faces that once held them with reverence. In this silent world, he wasn't just a king or just a child. He was both at once, a perfect balance of stillness and quiet awareness. The corridors seemed to hum with memory. If he stood very still, he could almost hear faint murmurs, not of people, but of time itself brushing against the stone, the soft sighs of generations who walked these halls before him. He didn't question it. He simply listened, feeling a strange kinship with the unseen. Outside, the palace pulsed with life, the shuffling feet of advisors, the drone of prayers, the endless rituals. But here he was alone enough to dream. He'd close his eyes and imagine the halls opening into vast deserts of light, the Nile reflecting a boundless sky and birds flying free of any cage or crown. He saw himself running along the riverbank, feet splashing in the cool water, his laughter carried away by the desert wind. These moments of quiet were his true treasures, more valuable than gold, more enduring than any royal decree. Sometimes he would pause before a tiny statue, its painted eyes so vivid they seemed to follow him. He'd whisper to it not prayers or commands, but fragments of thought he couldn't speak aloud in the grand halls above. It was in these corridors of light and shadow that he began to understand his strange life as a pharaoh. The spectacle that drew all eyes, and the solitude that sharpened the mind and stretched the imagination. Every step was a lesson in quiet endurance. Every hidden room was a sanctuary. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, painting the palace in soft hues of fire and rose, Tutankhamun would pause at the entrance of a secret passage. He'd feel the cool stone under his fingertips, the last warmth of the day on his back, and the invisible pulse of eternity all around him. The corridors held him softly, like a lullaby carved in stone, it whispering that even a king, even a god, could find peace if he only sought it. And so, he would walk back slowly, retracing his steps, carrying the silence within him. He let it flow through the golden halls until it blended with the flicker of torches, the scent of incense, and the lingering memory of wings against a desert sky. There is a moment in every life, brief and ungraspable, when the world feels both vast and intimate at once when a child. Even a child, crowned as a god, becomes aware of the space between what is demanded and what is desired. Tutankhamun knew this space well, walking quietly through the palace halls as the sun sets, casting molten gold across marble floors. The priests and courtiers have all gone, leaving only the hum of oil lamps and the whisper of wind. He pauses at the entrance to a chamber filled with statues of gods, their painted eyes holding an infinite patience. Their presence isn't scary, it's just immense. And in that stillness, the boy feels the true weight of his crown, not the metal itself, but the invisible expectations it carries, a river of power he can neither stop nor redirect. He presses a hand against a cool stone wall, closes his eyes, and lets the shadows soften around his small frame. In the silence, he can hear the faint sounds of life beyond the palace gates, the distant laughter of children playing, the murmur of the river, the rustle of leaves and trees he can only see from his high windows. He imagines these sounds weaving into the halls, into his own heartbeat, creating a quiet rhythm that belongs only to him. For a moment, he is not a king, not a pharaoh, not a god. He is simply a boy, breathing, existing, and in that fragile moment, eternity itself seems almost gentle. The statues, the walls, the entire palace seem to lean in, as if listening. Perhaps they understand that the weight of divinity can't crush the small, tender spark of life inside a child. Tut sits on the floor, legs crossed, and imagines a different world, one without rules or rituals. He sees himself walking barefoot along the riverbank, feeling the cool water on his toes, the sun warming his shoulders. He imagines simple laughter, carried not by courtiers, but by the wind and the sky. Even though the palace is heavy with gold and history, he can feel the pulse of that imagined world echoing faintly in the walls. Like a distant heartbeat, a promise of a memory yet to be made. Tutankhamun understood then that power, for all its brilliance, could never replace the quiet joy of being fully present, fully alive, and completely unobserved. He lingers in that chamber, breathing in the space between the demands of the gods and the simple desires of a child's heart. Every moment feels deliberate, stretching out, revealing the delicate space where life can thrive, even under the heaviest of expectations. When he finally rises, the shadows have deepened, the lamps flicker, and the gold gleams softly in the last light. He walks back through secret corridors, past silent statues and empty chambers, carrying within him the fragile warmth of that unseen world, the rivers, the wind, the laughter, the soft breath of life that he knows will outlast his crown. In that quiet moment, he learned perhaps the most vital lesson of all, that between the gods, between the stone, between history itself, there is always a space for tenderness, for wonder, for the fragile persistence of just being. And in that space, the boy king found the small, glowing seed of himself, the part that would endure beyond the golden dust of the palace, temples, the Nile, and the endless sands of eternity. The sun sank slowly over the Nile, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, a quiet brilliance that seemed almost aware of the fragile lives beneath it. Imagine this, Tutankhamun, the boy king, standing on a palace balcony. His small hands rest on the carved stone, its warmth fading into the cool evening air. The world is hushed. Even the river seems to slow its passage, as if pausing to observe him. Beyond the horizon, the sands shift, carrying whispers of generations who walked this land before and will walk it long after. Though adorned in gold and fine linen, the boy king feels neither grandeur nor fear. Instead, he feels the gentle rhythm of the world around him, the slow pulse of sun, stone, and river. It's a calm counterpoint to the immense weight of names, expectations, and eternity pressing down on his young shoulders. The palace, magnificent in every hall and corridor, suddenly feels vast and hollow, its grandeur softened by the lengthening shadows. Tutankhamun imagines the statues blinking, their stone eyes alive with centuries of silent watching. He whispers a word no one will ever hear, a greeting, a question, perhaps a wish. Far below, priests chant their evening prayers, their voices weaving into the cooling air. But to the boy, their words are just background noise. He is focused on something else entirely. The soft weight of life itself, the quiet insistence of just being present, of breathing. It's as if every moment holds a secret too delicate for human hands. He imagines walking alone along the riverbank, letting the water lap against his feet, letting the sun warm him fully, not as a pharaoh or a god, but simply as a boy who exists. The wind carries the faint scent of papyrus, the smell of the riverbanks, the subtle sweetness of dates drying in the sun. It's a memory and a dream all at once, and he lets it fill him. The horizon glimmers, inviting him to step beyond, to leave the world behind without fear. Yet he remains rooted to the spot, quiet, just observing. In the distance, a heron lifts into the sky, its wings catching the last light like spun gold. Tutankhamun watches it go, understanding something he can't yet name, that life moves on, carrying every small being in its own orbit, whether crowned or unseen, whispered of or forgotten. As night creeps over the land and stars begin to pierce the fading light, he feels a serenity that has been impossible to find in the halls of the palace, among gold, priests, and endless ceremony. Here, in the calm between day and night, in the soft hush of desert air and river song, the boy king discovers something vital. He learns that even in lives destined for legend, there is a space for stillness, a breath between gods, a moment unclaimed by history, where a child can simply be. He exhales slowly, letting the cool air fill him, carrying the hush of the evening through his small body, through the palace, and out into the Nile and beyond. In that quiet moment, beneath the setting sun, Tutankhamun becomes more than just a king or a pharaoh, more than just a name to echo across time. He becomes a presence, soft, unbroken thread woven into the endless fabric of the desert, of life, of eternity itself. The sun sets completely, leaving the world bathed in violet and silver. The boy king's silhouette lingers on the balcony, golden and still, a quiet reminder that even the greatest legends often begin in the tender hush of childhood. Before he was the Sun King, before the world knew his name in reverence and awe, Louis was just a boy who listened to light. The Palace of Versailles, not yet the sprawling wonder of history, was smaller then. He would wander its corridors, his soft slippers barely making a sound on the stone floors. He could feel the pulse of the palace, as if it were his own heartbeat. But Louis preferred the solitude of the halls, where sunlight spilled through tall windows, painting silent, shifting patterns on the floor. His mother, Anne of Austria, would watch from a distance. Her presence was a protective, gentle shield, guiding him without interference. She let him learn the rhythm of power through quiet observation, not by command. Was a king in name, but not yet a legend. His small hands would often brush against the carved banisters. Feeling the smooth wood, imagining all the lives that had passed through these spaces before him, the laughter, the whispers, the secrets embedded in wood and stone. Outside, the young gardens stretched in delicate rows, the scent of tulips and freshly turned earth filling the air. The fountains gurgled with a steady, patient rhythm, a gentle reminder that time moves slowly, deliberately. Louis often walked there, imagining himself larger than he was. He discovered that sunlight was patient. It waited for him to notice it, to align his small movements with its gentle glow. In the evenings, when candles were lit and shadows leaned softly against the walls, he'd watch the flames flicker. He saw shapes in them that no one else seemed to perceive. A fleeting fox, a dancing bird, the silhouette of someone long gone. In these quiet moments, Louis learned the language of presence, the stillness that commands without words, the calm that carries authority, the subtle power that even a king must master. It was a reminder that even greatness begins in silence. His tutors spoke of history, of kingship, of the heavy weight of a crown, yet the boy preferred his own teachers, the light, the shadows, and the soft hum of the palace as it settled into evening. He was carrying the soft promise of what he might one day become. This young son listened to the world, letting every sound, every glimmer, every whisper of air fill him. He stored it all away like a secret treasure, a power that didn't need to be displayed but existed quietly within him. There, in that gentle, unassuming palace, the boy who would become Louis XIV learned his first lessons. He learned of solitude, of patience, and of the luminous calm that would one day allow a king to command the world with nothing more than his presence. In the earliest hours of dawn, before any footsteps disturbed the palace floors, A young boy named Louis wandered alone through the corridors, listening. The shadows moved slowly along the walls, bending in the gentle light of the rising sun, stretching across tapestries and polished stone. The silence had its own rhythm, a music of absence, of things not yet spoken or acted upon, and the boy's small ears attuned themselves to it, as though it were a lesson whispered only for him. He paused at the base of the grand staircase, his fingertips grazing the banister, feeling the faint vibration of the marble beneath his touch. It was a cold, solid feeling, a reminder of the centuries of history held within these walls. Somewhere beyond the windows, the birds began their delicate chorus, a soft, regular melody, not loud, not demanding, but insistent enough to draw the attention of anyone who cared to listen. And Louis, he listened. He stayed very still, absorbing every note, every pause. He imagined the sounds weaving through the palace like a river of quiet, brushing against walls, filling hallways, and slipping into every room with a subtle patience.
Hours!
No one could see him, and that invisibility became a kind of sanctuary. Here, in the quiet, he learned a lesson no tutor could ever teach, that observation carries more weight than command, and that quiet attention can capture truths that words often miss. As he walked, the tapestries seemed to shift beneath his gaze, their woven figures bending toward him in a silent acknowledgement. He would sometimes pause in front of a mirror, catching the reflection of empty halls stretching out behind him. For a moment, he'd imagine stepping into that reflection, moving backward through time, following the soft echoes of kings and courtiers who had walked these same paths before him. The palace smelled faintly of wax and polished wood. Mingled with the tender fragrance of flowers from the courtyard, their petals just beginning to awaken to the light. The air itself held a certain hush, a delicate promise of the day to come, but also a keeper of the quiet secrets that only early mornings can hold. Louis moved through rooms filled with instruments, harps and lutes that had not yet sung, their strings still and soft, waiting for the touch of someone patient enough to coax a melody from them. He lifted a hand and plucked a single string just once, letting the note linger in the air. It was a single, trembling echo that faded beautifully into silence. In that moment, he understood the fragility of sound, of action, of presence. He realized how small gestures could carry a resonance far beyond their initial impression. How a soft touch, a quiet breath, a measured step could shape the way others moved and felt around him. He imagined the court awakening soon, the grand halls filling with voices and hurried steps, and he felt a delicate thrill. Knowing that he had already been here, already attuned himself to the invisible rhythms that govern this world, there was no need to rush. Time itself seemed to bend around him, slowing to accommodate the awareness of a boy who was beginning to sense the weight of the sun that would one day bear his name. He wandered out to a balcony overlooking the gardens. His gaze traveled over neat rows of early blooms and fountains, still wet with morning dew. He imagined them as a vast orchestra, each petal and each drop of water a note, with the wind conducting the entire ensemble. The palace, the shadows, the sunlight, the distant river all were part of a subtle, unspoken music that Louis could hear in a way that others could not. And in listening, he absorbed not only rhythm, but patience, endurance, and the quiet authority that comes not from command, but from presence. The boy king lingered there, letting the world settle around him, letting it breathe and expand in the hush of morning. And as the first footsteps of servants and courtiers finally reached the halls, the Sun Prince turned slowly back inside. He carried with him the music of shadows, and the quiet understanding that true power begins not in grand spectacle, but in the silent attentiveness of those who are prepared to receive it. From his private chamber, Louis stood at the window, his breath fogging the cool glass as he watched the first rays of dawn stretch across the palace gardens. The world was still, as if holding its breath, waiting for him to decide whether it should awaken or remain suspended in the gentle hush of morning. Dew clung to the leaves and petals, tiny prisms catching the new light, scattering it in 1,000 soft, flickering reflections. He inhaled slowly, the scent of damp earth and flowers mixing with the faint temps of polished stone from the palace walls. It felt as if the palace itself was breathing with him. From this vantage point, he could see every path, every fountain, every sculpted hedge. In that calm panorama, he imagined the lives that would soon unfold across them. Courtiers would hurry through these gardens, their steps measured, their voices rehearsed, their laughter and intrigue woven into the rhythm of the court. But now, in the fragile quiet before the day truly began, he could trace the peaceful geometry of a world that existed for him alone. The light touched the marble statues first, softening their features, making them seem almost alive. Louis leaned closer, his eyes following the angles of their stone faces, imagining the secrets they had kept, the small, private moments they had witnessed in a palace that demanded grandeur yet sheltered solitude. Somewhere beyond the walls, birds began to stir, their first notes of song threading into the still air. The fountains gurgled softly, a delicate counterpoint to the wind, whispering through the trees. Louis felt himself attuned to this symphony of subtle movement and quiet sound. He recognized it was a language, one older than the palace, older than the crown that would one day rest upon his head. He realized then that true power wouldn't arrive suddenly, with noise or applause, but gradually, through observation, patience, and the soft accumulation of understanding. Even now, long before the court fully stirred, he could sense the pulse of the palace, the invisible currents of influence, the tremors of ambition, the subtle sway of fear and admiration. And yet, in the window's morning light, he felt removed, a calm observer rather than a participant. A child who could witness the vastness of the world without yet being consumed by it. He imagined the days ahead, long and intricate, filled with ceremony and decree, yet he understood that the essence of those days lay not in their spectacle, but in the quiet spaces in between. The window framed not just the gardens, but the limitless horizon, and in that horizon, Louis found a reflection of possibility, a gentle, luminous reminder that life, even for a king, begins in small, attentive breaths. He could almost feel the sunlight pressing through the glass, brushing against his skin like a warm, silent teacher, urging him to notice, to listen, to learn the world and its subtleties before seeking to command it. For a long moment, he remained there, his shoulders relaxed, his heart soft, absorbing the interplay of light and shadow. The movement of air across leaf and stone, the delicate music of a morning that would go unnoticed by most. In that quiet, he realized that his true education had already begun, not in lessons or in ceremony, but in the gentle, patient art of observation. The palace waited, the gardens waited, the sunlight waited. And the boy who would become the Sun King felt the slow, luminous weight of future days settled gently around him, a mantle not of expectation, but of serene possibility. As the first distant voices of the court rose in muted steps, Louis stepped back from the window, carrying the calm of the dawn into the rhythm of the life that would soon surround him, knowing that the secret of power was not in the crown itself, but in the quiet mastery of noticing, of breathing, of existing fully. Within the stillness that precedes action, the palace, though vast and intricate, seemed to pause in those early hours, as if it too were listening to the gentle rhythm of Louis's small, measured steps. He walked along corridors still heavy with night's cool shadow, each footfall muted by the thick rugs that lined the marble floors. Candles flickered faintly in the sconces, their flames catching on polished brass and gilded frames, stretching long, soft shadows across the walls. The boy king's eyes followed the angles and curves of tapestries, absorbing the history woven into their threads. The stories of triumph, loss, and quiet triumph that others seldom noticed. The servants had not yet moved to their stations, and the courtiers still lingered in rooms that would soon echo with their hurried conversations and delicate intrigues. In this fragile interlude, Louis felt a calm awareness that seemed almost separate from himself, a quiet observer noting the palace's breath and the subtle sway of air through open windows. Outside, the gardens stirred faintly in the first light, dew glimmering on petals and blades of grass like tiny jewels scattered by an invisible hand. The fountains murmured softly, and the birds, roused by the sun's tentative warmth, added their delicate voices to the subtle symphony of morning. Louis paused at a doorway overlooking a small courtyard, letting his gaze travel over the precise geometry of paths, hedges, and flower beds. He imagined the day unfolding, all the movements and ceremonies that would follow, and recognized that the essence of courtly life lay not in grandeur alone, but in the attention to its delicate rhythms. Each gesture, each bow, each carefully measured word carried weight beyond its immediate sound. Even now, in the stillness before ceremony, he could sense the invisible currents of influence that would ripple through the palace once the court stirred, and he understood intuitively that observation held a quiet power far older than titles or crowns. The boy king lingered, fingertips brushing the cold stone of the balcony railing, feeling the texture of history beneath his touch. He could almost hear it whisper, lessons of patience, endurance, and quiet authority. Reminders that the strength of a king lay not in visible command alone, but in the subtle shaping of perception, in the patience to notice what others overlooked, in the capacity to be still when all else demanded motion. The air smelled faintly of wax, polished wood, and morning blooms carried through open doors. A sensory tapestry that seemed to envelop him in the hush of the palace. In this calm, he practiced being both himself and the Sun King he would one day become, listening, absorbing, weighing, and imagining the flow of life around him. He traced the lines of the walls with his eyes, noted the distant flicker of movement in courtyards, the soft breath of wind through partially opened shutters, and felt a profound connection to the space itself. It was as if the palace recognized him, and he in turn recognized the palace. An intimate understanding formed not through speech or ceremony, but through presence, attention, and quiet awareness. Eventually, the first stirrings of attendance reached the hall's faint footsteps, rustling garments, low murmurs, yet Louis remained still, allowing the rhythm of their approach to blend seamlessly with the pulse of the morning. And in that stillness, he realized that each day, each movement, each ritual could be met not with haste or anxiety, but with deliberate calm. Power, he understood, began not with spectacle, but with quiet mastery. The patient noticing of the world, the soft shaping of what was seen and unseen. And as the distant sunlight crept higher into the palace, touching the tapestry's floors and gilded frames with warmth, Louis stepped lightly into the day, carrying the hush of the early hours with him. The stillness before ceremony folded carefully into his very being, a gentle prelude to the brilliance he would one day command as the Sun King. The morning light crept slowly across the palace, painting the gilded walls in shades of pale gold, soft enough to soften the sharp angles of chandeliers, tapestries, and marble edges. Louis stood near a tall window, the glass cool against his cheek, and watched the courtyard awaken. Servants moved quietly, their footsteps gentle against stone, carrying trays, cleaning cloths, and letters yet to be read. The young prince felt the subtle vibration of these movements. Like the faint resonance of a string plucked in the stillness of a room, the light itself seemed to guide him, spilling across floors and corridors in thin, deliberate bands, illuminating sections of polished wood, glimmering brass, and the intricate patterns of carpets, leaving the rest in gentle shadow. He walked slowly, observing, absorbing, letting each detail settle quietly into memory. There was a rhythm to the palace in these hours, the hum of unseen mechanics, the whisper of distant doors, the soft shuffle of feet, moving in careful order, and Louis felt it as if it were a language, subtle, precise, and unhurried. He paused at the doorway leading to the grand staircase, tracing the delicate carvings of fleur-de-lis and sunbursts with his eyes, imagining the countless princes, kings, tamed and courtiers who had ascended these steps before him. Each mark seemed to hold a story, a breath of life, quiet lesson for the boy who would one day command this palace with more than authority, with presence and perception. Outside, the gardens were brushed with early light, dew catching the sun and scattering tiny sparks across meticulously trimmed hedges and carefully cultivated blooms. The fountains murmured as if sharing secrets with the morning wind. And Louis imagined himself walking among them barefoot, letting the cool water touch his skin, listening to the gentle conversations of leaves, petals, and stone. He smiled slightly, knowing that the court would soon fill these gardens with spectacle, with music, with rigidly choreographed life, yet now he could hear the subtle song beneath it all, the quiet pulse that no ceremony could mask. Each movement, each glance, each breath carried weight, and he felt the importance of noticing before acting, of observing before speaking. Even in these still hours, before the trumpets announced the day, he understood that the essence of kingship was not in commands alone, but in the awareness of how the world moved around him. Shit, however small, rippled through the invisible currents of palace life, The boy king lingered, fingertips grazing the cool window, eyes tracing the path of the sunlight as it shifted across marble and wood, a silent teacher in the quiet of the morning. Somewhere, the distant chime of a bell reminded him that time moved forward. Yet he was unhurried, allowing himself to inhabit the slow, deliberate rhythm of anticipation. The palace itself seemed to breathe with him, expanding and contracting in measured cadence, a partner in the quiet art of becoming. Louis exhaled softly, letting the serenity of the hour flow through him, feeling the hush of early light settle across shoulders, across thoughts, across the small, patient heart of a boy learning to embody a future king. And as the first heralds and attendants began to stir more actively, signaling that ceremony and duty would soon unfold, Louis carried the calm of the light within him, allowing it to anchor every movement, every glance, every breath. In this luminous pause before the court awoke fully, he understood, not as a lesson spoken aloud, but as a truth felt deep in the marrow of being, that power begins with stillness, that presence precedes spectacle, and that the light, both outside and within, must always be observed before it can be shared. The morning unfolded as a long, deliberate breath. Voices began to thread through the air, first a whisper of attendants exchanging careful words. Then the faint rustle of garments brushed and arranged, the muted tap of polished shoes against marble. Louis listened before he moved, his senses tracing every sound as if each carried a hidden message. The chambers of Versailles seemed to awaken one by one, light spreading from window to corridor, from corridor to gallery, until the whole palace glowed in a soft golden hum. The boy king allowed himself to move within it like a note inside a vast composition, not separate from it but gently harmonized with its rhythm. As he passed the mirror-lined hall, his reflection multiplied into a corridor of selves, one for every direction he might grow into. The sight did not frighten him, comforted him to think that even reflections could hold patience, that the image of a king could remain calm while the world swirled around him. Servants bowed as he went by, their gestures rehearsed and precise. Yet Louis sensed the humanity beneath the formality, the quick heartbeat of someone trying not to drop a tray, the soft exhale of a chambermaid smoothing a curtain. He noticed everything, not with judgment, but with a quiet tenderness that came from knowing how fragile each role truly was. Outside the high windows, the fountains leapt in measured arcs, catching sunlight in silver threads, the air fragrant with trimmed lavender and newly opened roses. He thought of the gardeners who rose before dawn, their hands stained with soil, shaping beauty for eyes that might never meet theirs. Perhaps, he mused, kingship was not unlike gardening, a discipline of patience, of tending to things unseen, of trusting the slow work of time. The sound of a distant harpsichord drifted through an open door, a few hesitant notes repeated and corrected, the player practicing scales before the court musicians arrived. Louis paused, listening. The melody faltered, then steadied, finding its shape. He smiled faintly, understanding that mastery was built on imperfection, that the poise the world expected of him would come from moments exactly like this, quiet, unobserved, honest. He moved again, the corridors lengthening ahead of him, the scent of beeswax and sunlight mixing in the air. Each room seemed to hold a different temperature, different hue of light, some cool and blue-gray, others warm and amber. The transition between them felt like passing through moods of the day itself. He imagined that the palace, vast and ornate, was a living being whose breath aligned with his own. As he descended a staircase, a group of attendants arranged flowers in porcelain vases, their movements coordinated and slow. The petals, pale pink and ivory, trembled slightly as the vases were set down. He stopped to watch the tremor fade, thinking how even stillness must be preceded by motion. Every calm surface carried within it the memory of movement. Time seemed to dilate, each heartbeat stretching into its own small eternity. By the time the first trumpet sounded, gentle, ceremonial, a signal for the day's first audience, Louis felt no urgency, no tension. The air around him shimmered with warmth, the golden light of morning grown fuller now, more confident. He straightened, not out of pride, but as one aligns naturally with the music of the world. The quiet march of day had begun, and he was part of it, not its master, but its vessel. He would speak little, observe much, and let the calm he carried from dawn radiate outward, softening every command, every gesture. As he turned toward the antechamber where the courtiers waited, he thought of the sunlight moving across the gardens, how it touched every leaf with equal patience. And he understood in that simple, wordless moment that to rule was to shine without hurry, to warm without burning, to let light move through the world as gently as morning through the palace halls. When the court assembled, light itself seemed to stand at attention. Every surface gleamed, silk catching the sun, mirrors repeating its glow, jewels scattering it into soft prisms that hovered in the air. Louis felt the warmth touch his face, a calm reminder that even the smallest beam could outshine the noise it illuminated. The attendants bowed, their movements perfectly measured, the rustle of fabric forming a rhythm as subtle as breath. He did not rush to speak. His words, he had already learned, could fracture the stillness too easily. Silence, held with grace, could command more than any declaration. He let the courtiers' phrases drift toward him, compliments, petitions, rehearsed gratitude, and listened as one might listen to distant rain, hearing tone more than meaning. Behind the voices lay a deeper sound, the hush of waiting, the collective breath of a hall bound by etiquette and expectation. He stood beneath the painted ceiling where gods and angels gazed down through clouds of gold leaf, their eyes frozen in devotion. The boy king, small within so much ornament, felt no need to compete with grandeur. Instead, he allowed it to surround him, to move through him, as the river moves around a stone. The courtiers' perfumes mingled amber, rose, musk, rising like faint smoke. Somewhere a fan clicked open, then closed again, a soft punctuation in the air. Louis's gaze moved slowly from one face to another. He noticed how even the proudest eyes softened under attention that neither praised nor judged. Presence, he thought, could be gentler than power and perhaps more enduring. A servant stepped forward with a velvet cushion. On it lay a letter sealed in wax the color of sunset. Louis took it without haste, his fingers steady, the gold thread of his sleeve catching the light. The hall was utterly silent. You could feel the palace listening through its walls, the centuries themselves bending closer. He did not open the letter. Not yet. The act of waiting was its own statement, a calm assertion that time belonged to him. Even at 10, he sensed that authority was not measured by the number of decisions made, but by the quiet mastery of when to act and when to simply remain. Outside, through tall windows, clouds drifted slowly over the gardens, their shadows moving like the hands of unseen clocks. The scent of the fountains carried faintly on the wind, cool stone and clear water. Louis's heart beat in rhythm with that distant sound. The letter, still unopened, felt almost weightless in his palm, and yet he knew it represented entire provinces, armies, futures. He set it down gently on the table beside him, and only then did he speak softly, evenly, his voice no louder than a prayer. The courtiers leaned in, not because they could not hear, but because they wished to catch every syllable. The words were few, simple acknowledgments, yet they filled the hall with an energy that was neither command nor indulgence, but a serene inevitability. When he finished, the silence that followed was not empty. It was full. A silence that belonged to him, shaped by restraint, luminous as sunlight held in glass. He turned slightly, eyes meeting those of his mother at the far end of the chamber. She smiled, proud, weary. Tender, seeing in her son not the child she had guided through the maze of power, but the calm center that would one day anchor a nation. The court exhaled as one. The music of formality resumed, soft steps, murmurs, the faint pluck of strings from the gallery above. Yet the echo of that stillness lingered, a presence that settled into every gilded corner. And Louis, standing in the midst of gold and silence, understood that true radiance does not shout. It listens, it waits, and it shines only when the moment itself asks for light. When the last courtly echoes faded behind him, Louis crossed the threshold into the gardens, where the air smelled of water and cut grass and the faint sugar of blooming lilac. The noise of ceremony dissolved as though it had been nothing more than mist. The path stretched outward in clean, deliberate lines, fountains at their centers, breathing light into the morning. Gravel crunched softly beneath his shoes, a sound both earthly and comforting. He breathed more freely here. The sky, a pale blue brushed with thin clouds, seemed impossibly wide compared with the ceilings of gold and paint he had left behind. For the first time that day, he felt the wind move against his skin, and he let it. The breeze slid through the lace at his cuffs, lifted his hair, carried the scent of distant herbs. He walked without attendance for a few moments, a rare permission quietly granted. And in that small solitude, he rediscovered the rhythm of his own heartbeat. The statues that lined the paths looked softer in daylight, their stone faces warmed by sun, shadows pooling gently at their feet. He imagined them not as monuments, but as patient companions, ancient listeners who had witnessed the same slow turning of ours long before his birth. Every petal, every blade of grass seemed alive with a quiet conversation, a pulse of growth that required no audience. He paused beside a basin of still water and gazed at his reflection. It wavered with each breath of wind, a living mirror that refused perfection. The boy in the water looked older than his years, not by age but by the weight of seeing. He knelt, touched the surface lightly with a fingertip, and watched the ripples move outward, circles upon circles, each one fading into another until the pond returned to calm. The gesture comforted him. Even disturbance, he thought, could be beautiful if it ended in peace. He walked on, following the pattern of hedges toward the orangery, where rows of small trees stood in carved boxes, their leaves shining in the sun. The scent of citrus mingled with damp earth, felt foreign and familiar all at once. He touched a leaf, its surface smooth and cool, and remembered stories of distant lands from which such plants had come.
Ends.
He might one day rule without ever setting foot upon their soil. Power seemed smaller here, more human, reduced to care and patience, watering, pruning, waiting for fruit. The gardener passed him and bowed low, surprised but silent. Louis returned the nod with gentle gravity, unwilling to disturb the fragile equilibrium of the place. The birds continued to sing, indifferent to rank, their voices threading through the rustle of branches. Somewhere a clock chimed faintly, the sound softened by distance. He realized that he could not tell whether it marked an hour passing or an hour beginning. Time in the garden moved differently, slower, rounder, less certain of its edges. He sat on a stone bench, half in shadow, half in sun, and watched the play of light across the gravel path. Each sparkle of reflection felt like a small secret, a whisper from the earth reminding him that even kings belong to time, not the other way around. He thought of the palace behind him, its endless corridors and mirrored walls, and he smiled faintly at the thought that all that brilliance began here, in light, in silence, in air. The garden was not escape, it was origin. The hum of bees drifted through the air, steady and sure, a low music older than crowns. Louis closed his eyes for a moment and let that sound settle inside him. The warmth on his face, the cool of the stone beneath his hands, the breath of wind across his hair, all of it folded into him until he could not tell where the world ended and he began. When he opened his eyes again, the day had deepened. The fountains shimmered brighter, and the shadows grew longer, like the slow turning of a page. He rose, unhurried, the calm of the garden moving with him, a quiet grace that would follow wherever he went. And as he walked back toward the palace, the boy who would be the Sun King carried with him not the weight of gold, but the stillness of water. The patience of growing things, and the unspoken lesson of the garden of hours, that even the brightest light must first learn to rest gently upon the earth. By the time Louis returned to the palace, the air had turned a shade deeper. Neither day nor night, that brief weightless hour, when light seems to think before it disappears. The windows of Versailles glowed faintly, the reflections trembling in the fountains below like dozens of small, uncertain suns. The halls he walked through were quieter than before, emptied of ceremony, filled instead with the hush of corridors remembering voices. He moved without his usual escort now. Even the guards at the doors stepped aside in near silence. The Child King walked slowly, his hands folded loosely behind his back, his shoes brushing against the marble with a soft rhythm that echoed like a lullaby. In these hours between duties, the palace itself seemed to exhale. Candles waited unlit in silver holders, and the scent of wax lingered in the air, mingled with faint traces of perfume, parchment, and polished wood. Each room he passed felt like a dream he had once walked through, familiar, ornate, somehow both his and not his. He entered the Hall of Mirrors and stopped just inside the doorway. The last light of the sun, stretched thin and soft, poured through the tall windows and fractured across the mirrors that faced them. The reflections multiplied endlessly. One boy, 1,000 kings, a horizon made entirely of himself. He watched as the gold at his cuffs caught the fading sun, as the mirrors threw it back again, creating a soft illusion of fire that did not burn. The room was quiet, but not empty. It carried the murmur of footsteps long gone, laughter that once touched its walls, the breath of dancers who had spun across its floor. Even in stillness, the place was alive with echoes. Louis walked slowly down the length of it, trailing a fingertip along the cool edge of a table. Dust floated lazily in the air, visible only where light touched it. Small, drifting universes. He reached the far end of the hall and stood before the great window that overlooked the gardens. The fountains glimmered faintly in the twilight, silver against the gathering blue. Somewhere, far below, the sound of water continued its soft conversation with the wind. He could almost hear the laughter of his younger self still running through those paths, chasing a toy ship across the reflecting pools. For a moment, he allowed himself to remember, not as a monarch, but as a boy who once loved the sound of running water, who found comfort in the company of shadows. He leaned his forehead lightly against the cool glass. Beyond it, the first evening star had begun to appear, quiet and unhurried. Behind him, the mirrors caught that single star and multiplied it again and again, until it looked as if the heavens had folded into the palace itself. Louis turned slightly and saw his reflection surrounded by the soft shimmer of countless lights. He looked older again, not by years, but by solitude. He wondered if power always required this kind of quiet, the kind that holds so much space, begins to echo back one's own thoughts. The gold, the marble, the ceremony, all of it seemed distant now, softened by the calm rhythm of twilight. What remained was breath, heartbeat, and the faint hum of the world continuing outside the glass. He thought of his mother, her gentle strength disguised beneath layers of ritual and duty. He thought of his tutors, their endless lessons about governance and glory, yet none of them had ever spoken of moments like this, when the crown rested not on his head, but in his shadow, when even the grandest throne meant nothing beside the hush of fading light. He closed his eyes and listened. Somewhere in the vast halls a single lute was being tuned, a few tentative notes rising and falling like sighs. The sound reached him faintly, barely more than memory. He smiled the kind of smile that belongs to neither joy nor sadness, but to a peace that requires no name. The mirrors held him in their thousand-fold embrace, and for a brief, suspended instant, it was as if time itself bowed. The evening star brightened, the palace dimmed, and the boy king stood in perfect stillness, surrounded by a universe made entirely of reflection and silence. The palace by night was a different world, slower, softer, and somehow endless. The air carried the faint sweetness of extinguished candles, that whisper of smoke that lingers after ceremony. The marble floors, so bright by day, now reflected nothing but the quiet shimmer of moonlight slipping through tall windows. Louis walked in near silence, the hem of his robe brushing against the polished floor like a sigh. Servants moved at the edges of vision, ghosts of duty gliding through the half-dark, a bowed head, a hand closing a door, the whisper of footsteps disappearing down another corridor. The palace never truly slept, yet its heartbeat slowed, as if every stone had joined in a single steady exhale. He passed through an antechamber, lit only by one small lamp. The golden light pooled low, not high, as if inviting rest rather than attention. The walls glowed faintly, tapestries losing their color to the night, stories woven in thread fading back into silence. Louis paused before one, a scene of gods and mortals, of chariots and lightning. By day it shouted with motion. By night it seemed to wait. He wondered which was truer, the brilliance that dazzled, or the calm that remained after it faded. His fingertips brushed the woven surface. The texture felt alive, as though the figures inside still dreamed beneath the threads. Da-da-da-da-da. He let his hand fall and moved on. When he entered his private chamber, the world seemed to narrow. A single candle burned by the bedside, its flame bending slightly with each draft. The heavy curtains were half drawn, letting in a thin line of moonlight that reached across the floor like a blade made of silver fog. He sat by the window, resting his elbows on the sill, and looked out over the sleeping gardens. The fountains no longer sang. Their voices had quieted into stillness. Statues stood as silhouettes against the pale grass, watchful and unmoving. Above them, the stars gathered more tonight than he had noticed before, or perhaps he was simply more awake to them. The constellations were as his tutor had once described: the hunter, the swan, the great lion. But to Louis they did not look like gods or beasts, only patterns in a sky that refused to be contained. For a long time, he watched without thinking. The world was vast, and he was small within it, and the smallness did not frighten him. It felt clean, almost kind. The candle beside him fluttered, and he turned to watch it. The flame danced with a strange grace, bowing, rising, bowing again, as though performing its own ceremony before sleep. He leaned closer and spoke softly, a whisper no louder than the breath of the flame itself. "Even you," he murmured, "burn only until morning?" It was not sadness in his tone, but recognition. Every brilliance has its rhythm. Even the sun must surrender tonight. He smiled faintly at that thought, tracing the candle's trembling reflection in a polished brass cup. The flicker made it look as though two flames lived there, one real, and one imagined like the king and the boy he still was, each shining because of the other. He rose and crossed the room to his bed. The sheets were white and cool, smelling faintly of lavender. He did not yet lie down. Instead, he drew back one of the curtains and looked again toward the gardens. The horizon was a dark velvet, the kind of night that holds the world in its palm. Somewhere far away, a nightingale began to sing, its voice thin but certain, a single silver thread weaving through the dark. He closed his eyes and listened until the sound became part of his breathing. The quiet his mind wandered, not to decrees or battles or courtly intrigue, but to the still pond in the garden, two ripples fading into calm, to the simple act of being alive in a world that waited for nothing. When he finally lay down, the pillow cradled his head like a gentle hand. The candle burned lower, its light softening to amber. He thought briefly of the mirrors in the great hall, how they had captured him 100 times over, but here there was only one reflection left, the one that trembled across the brass cup until the flame dwindled and went out. Darkness settled, not heavy but tender, the kind that hums softly to those who listen. And in that darkness, the boy who would be the Sun King drifted toward sleep. Not as a ruler, not as a symbol, but as a child beneath an endless sky, breathing in time with the quiet heart of the world. Sleep took him not like a fall, but like a tide, slow, surrounding, inevitable. The world of the waking dissolved into softness. The bed beneath him became a cloud, as the air itself thickened into velvet. For a while there was only darkness, not frightening, but deep and complete, the kind that erases edges and names. Then, like the first brush of dawn against a closed eyelid, light began to form. It was not the sharp brilliance of ceremony, nor the gold of his palace halls, but a gentler radiance, the light that lives before morning, colorless and endless. In that glow, he walked barefoot through a field he half remembered. Dew cooled against his skin, the scent of wet grass and smoke from faraway chimneys mingling in the air. He was smaller here, freer, the crown nowhere to be found. The wind played at his sleeves as if it had known him forever. A voice, soft, familiar, called his name. It was not from behind, not from ahead, but from everywhere, as though the world itself were speaking. He turned and saw a figure in the distance, a woman in pale light, her face both known and unknown. She smiled, and the whole field seemed to inhale. "You've come back," she said, though he could not remember leaving. He wanted to ask who she was, but the words dissolved before they reached his lips. She held out her hand, and when he took it, the world shifted. The field rippled into corridors of marble, the sky became mirrors, the grass turned to silk. But it was all alive, breathing, shimmering softly as if dreaming along with him. Together, they walked through the mirrored halls, their reflections multiplying like stars. "You see," the voice said, "even light must learn to rest. It is not meant only to shine, but to listen." They came to a door he had never seen before. It was carved with suns, dozens of them, each slightly different, each radiating toward the edges. The woman pressed her hand to it, and it opened soundlessly. Inside was not a throne room, not a chapel, not even a chamber. It was a garden, the same garden he had walked through that morning, only quieter, its fountains still, its flowers glowing faintly from within. The sky above it was not black, but deep gold, as if sunset and dawn had met and decided to stay. The air was full of slow motion, petals falling, water trembling, light moving as though it had nowhere else to be. He could hear his own heartbeat as clearly as footsteps. The woman turned to him, her eyes full of something both tender and ancient. "This," she whispered, "is what you carry when the world calls you king." Louis looked around, and for the first time he understood that every crown was only a reflection of the stillness, the calm beneath the noise, the breath beneath the power. He looked down and saw the reflection of that strange golden sky in a pool at his feet. He bent toward it, and the boy staring back was both himself and not himself, older, younger, endless. The reflection smiled. "You do not need to become the sun," it said quietly. "You already are, it's morning." He reached toward it, and his fingers met light instead of water. The warmth spread through him slowly, moving up his arm, across his chest, into his heart. It did not burn, pulsed, steady, patient, eternal. The woman's hand rested briefly on his shoulder. "Remember this," she said, "when the mirrors grow too bright," and then she was gone, leaving only the echo of her touch, the scent of grass, the shimmer of still air. The golden light deepened, bending toward white, and the garden began to dissolve. The petals rose like sparks, the fountains exhaled mist, and everything he had seen folded inward until there was only brightness, and in that brightness, peace. The boy, the king, the light, all became one slow breath. And as that breath faded, morning began somewhere beyond the edges of sleep, waiting patiently for him to wake. When the first light reached his window, it did not wake him with insistence. It touched him gently, a whisper of brightness sliding across the linen sheets, finding his face with the patience of dawn. Louis stirred, not from duty, not from the sound of servants or the call of ceremony, but from the slow return of breath, the kind that belongs to beginnings. The air was cool, sweet with the faint scent of lavender that still clung to the room. He opened his eyes and found the world both new and familiar. The ceiling above seemed higher than before, as if night had quietly lifted it farther away. The palace, half awake, murmured around him, the distant rattle of a cart in the courtyard, the hushed footsteps of attendants preparing the day, the creak of wood stretching itself after long silence. It was the same palace that had slept beside him, yet everything in it seemed to hum differently now, softer, slower, almost tender. He rose and crossed to the window. The curtains glowed faintly, gold threaded through with morning. He pulled them aside and let the light in. It filled the room like water filling a basin, slow and even. The sky was pale, unassuming, without grandeur, the kind of blue that forgets to dazzle because it simply is. The gardens stretched below, silvered with dew. The statues seemed to exhale as the sun touched them. The fountains began again, tentative, as if remembering how to sing. Louis rested his hands on the windowsill, feeling the cool stone beneath his palms, the pulse of warmth above it. He thought of the dream, the golden garden, the woman's voice, the reflection that smiled. The memory was already fading, but the calm remained, not as a picture, but as a feeling. A weightless stillness at the center of his chest. It did not ask to be named, only existed like light itself. A knock came at the door, quiet, measured. "Sire, the morning meal is prepared," a voice said. Louis did not answer right away. He turned slightly, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. The sun was climbing, but slowly, as though it too was reluctant to disturb the gentleness of early light. In a moment, he replied, his voice calm, steady, carrying neither command nor hesitation. When the footsteps receded, he smiled faintly, grateful for the delay. These were the few minutes of the day that belonged to him alone, before the crown, before the mirrors, before the endless choreography of rule began again. He dressed without hurry. The fabric, the lace, the weight of the robes, all familiar, yet they no longer felt like armor. Each gesture, each button fastened, seemed to move in rhythm with the quiet in his chest. He looked at his reflection in a small mirror by the bed. The boy from yesterday was there, but softer now, his eyes less guarded, his face touched by the mild surprise of peace. "Oh, you already are, it's morning," the dream had said. Did not know whether he believed it, but he did not need to. The words had settled into him like seeds. When he stepped out into the corridor, the palace was fully awake. Servants bowed, attendants murmured greetings, the machinery of majesty turning again. Yet even in that return to order, the quiet followed him, invisible, but unmistakable. He walked through it like through sunlight, aware not of what waited ahead, but of the air itself moving gently around him. The great doors opened, and the sound of the fountains reached him anew, clear and bright. He paused for a heartbeat, letting the music of water fill the silence between moments. Then he moved forward, his steps unhurried, each one a small echo of stillness carried from the night. Outside, the sun climbed fully over the horizon, flooding the gardens, the marble, the mirrors, everything in warm light. The courtiers would soon arrive, the ceremonies would begin, the empire would resume its endless pulse. But for now, the young king stood at the edge of the day, bathed in quiet gold, neither child nor ruler, simply a being in the light. And as the world around him began to stir, he whispered to no one in particular. Perhaps to the sky itself, let it begin gently. The wind answered first, brushing against the leaves like a nod of understanding. The fountains rose higher, the light deepened, and the morning began, not as a trumpet call, but as a single, steady breath. The first duty of the morning was not speech, but presence. Even before the courtiers entered, before the doors opened to the long corridor of expectation, Louis understood that every motion, every pause, every breath, was already part of the performance. The ritual of rising the lever du roi was both stage and prayer. He sat quietly as attendants approached with garments folded like offerings, their faces calm, their movements rehearsed into perfection. Silk, linen, velvet, each layer added without haste, as though the air itself required time to adjust to the idea of daylight. The young king said little. He let the sound of the morning fill the silence around him. The soft snap of fabric, the low murmur of servants exchanging unseen instructions, the faint rhythm of his own breathing. Beyond the chamber doors, he could already sense the gathering of the court, the shuffle of shoes, the careful clearing of throats, the weight of hundreds of eyes preparing to look upon him. The idea of it might have felt heavy once, a crown of invisible iron, but this morning it did not. It felt somehow like part of the same calm that had carried him from sleep. The dream's light had not left him. It lingered quietly in the corners of the room, in the folds of his sleeves, in the way the candlelight caught the gold of his buttons. When at last the doors opened, the silence that entered was full, expectant, reverent. He stood. The attendants stepped back as if pulled by an unseen current. The courtiers began to file in, each one moving with precision, their faces polished into smiles of loyalty. Louis met their eyes, one by one. Not as a challenge, but as a steady acknowledgement, a reminder that beneath every bow was a heartbeat. Beneath every title, a person simply trying to belong. The ritual unfolded with its usual rhythm. Ministers approached to present petitions, nobles offered compliments, the clergy murmured blessings. Yet to Louis, the noise of the room seemed far away, as though he stood inside a pool of still water while the world moved around him. He listened, but more than that, he heard not words, but the quiet beneath them. The soft tremor of sincerity, the flicker of fear, the brief warmth of admiration. Each tone was a thread in a tapestry, too vast for any single voice to own. The light through the tall windows shifted as the sun climbed higher, touching his face with the warmth of the day's promise. Someone announced the time for the petty lever, a smaller ceremony for intimate attendance, and the crowd adjusted like a single body breathing. Louis extended his hand for the final piece of his attire, the lace cuff embroidered with delicate suns. It was placed gently against his wrist, and as it settled, the room seemed to pause. The silence that followed was not emptiness, it was acknowledgement. He nodded once, and the ceremony was complete. The courtiers bowed low, a ripple of deference moving through the air like wind through a field of wheat. When they withdrew, the space they left behind felt lighter than it had in days. Louis turned toward the window again. The sight of the gardens filled his vision. Endless symmetry, paths leading outward like rays of light. The fountains leapt higher now, glittering in the sun. The birds were fully awake, their calls weaving a bright living thread through the air. He thought of the garden's stillness from the morning before, and he smiled softly. Power, he realized, was not about noise or motion. It was the ability to remain calm while everything else moved. The ritual was necessary, the people, the pageantry, the endless repetition of grace. But the soul of it, the invisible heart of all this ceremony, was much simpler. It was the same truth he had felt in the dream, that light, when it is patient, does not need to announce itself. It simply fills the world quietly until everything begins to glow. He turned away from the window, ready to walk into the day. The courtiers would follow, the speeches would resume, the wheels of rule would turn. But inside him there was still that one still point, the morning that belonged to no one else, the silence that shone behind his eyes. He lifted his chin slightly, not in pride but in composure, the calm certainty of one who has already met his own reflection and made peace with it. And when he stepped forward, the light followed, steady and golden, as though the sun itself had been waiting for him to begin. By midday, Versailles shimmered in its own rhythm, not noisy, not hurried, but steady as the sun's slow climb. Every corridor hummed with a purpose to quiet to name. Messengers carried folded letters bound with silk cords. Ministers whispered behind doors just wide enough to let plans slip through like perfume. In the great audience chamber, where the mirrors met the light head-on, Louis sat at his writing table, the world carefully arranged before him. Ink, quill, wax, seal, the small instruments of sovereignty. They gleamed softly, almost reverently beneath his hand. He did not rush. His movements were measured, his attention absolute. Round him the air held, that particular stillness of work being done in silence, the kind of silence that knows it is being watched. The first petition lay open before him. The handwriting was cramped and anxious, the paper slightly creased at the edges. Merchant from Lyon, pleading for relief after a fire. Louis read every line slowly, pictured not words but faces, the faces of people who would never see him, whose voices reached him only as ink. The crown was made of such distances, he thought, the space between those who asked and those who answered. He dipped his pen, let a single drop of ink fall onto the page, then began to write. His script was calm, deliberate, almost meditative. Each letter curved into being like a quiet breath. When he finished, he pressed the seal gently into the wax, the faint scent of honeyed smoke rising between his fingers. The act, simple and repetitive, held the weight of entire lives. He did not think of power as command now. It felt more like stewardship, the careful tending of something fragile and unseen. More papers followed, decrees, permissions, letters of thanks. Round him, ministers entered and withdrew in soft waves, bringing reports, awaiting direction. They spoke in low tones, the sound of deference rather than fear. Louis listened with the same patience he had brought to the garden, to the dream, to the morning light. Every problem, every request felt less like an obstacle than a conversation with time itself. He began to notice patterns, not in the words, but in the pauses between them. The rhythm of governance was not unlike music, measures of need, notes of expectation, silences of waiting. He realized that to rule well was to listen well, to sense what remained unsaid, and to move gently through it. The light in the room shifted as the sun crossed its highest point. Gold deepened to amber, and the mirrors caught it, bending it into softer tones. A faint breeze entered from an open window, carrying the smell of warmed stone and the distant sound of water striking marble. For a moment he looked away from his work. Outside, the world glowed. The gardens, the courtyards, even the rooftops seemed to shimmer with quiet purpose. Everything moved, yet nothing hurried. He felt a strange kinship with that still rhythm, as if the entire palace were breathing with him. Each inhale a reminder of continuity, each exhale a surrender to peace. A servant refilled his inkwell, bowed, and retreated without sound. Louis watched him go and wondered if the man knew how much grace there was in his movement, that simple economy of gesture, that elegance born from service rather than display. He thought again of the woman in the dream, her words still echoing faintly. Even light must learn to rest. Perhaps that was what rulership truly meant, not constant illumination, but knowing when to soften, when to let the light fall gently instead of fiercely. He signed another paper, then another. Each time his hand grew steadier, his breathing slower. The rhythm of the task had become a kind of meditation. Beyond the windows, the fountains rose and fell like the palace's pulse. The mirrors gleamed without vanity. The sound of quill against parchment became the only noise left in the world. Hours passed unnoticed. When at last the pile of documents thinned, Louis set down his pen and leaned back slightly, his eyes half closed. The air was warm now, the room filled with the calm fatigue that follows deep focus. He did not feel weary, only aware. The work of the day would continue, as it always did, but for now, there was this small pause, this breath between decisions. He turned toward the nearest mirror. The reflection that looked back was composed, serene, not proud, but present. Around him, the light shimmered as though in quiet applause. He smiled the faintest gesture, visible only to himself, and whispered, "Let the sun rest where it stands." Then he rose, ready to walk into the afternoon, carrying with him not the weight of command, but the calm satisfaction of a world momentarily in balance. When the court paused for its afternoon interval, Louis stepped quietly away from the noise of ceremony. A narrow door led from the audience chamber to the gardens, a door most never noticed, its hinges whispering rather than speaking. Beyond it the sunlight waited, filtered through the leaves like threads of silk. The air was thick with the scent of orange blossoms, lavender, and the faint sweetness of summer stone. For a moment, Louis hesitated on the threshold, the marble cool beneath his hand. Then he stepped out, and the world changed. The voices of men, the shuffling of papers, the rustle of brocade, all of it fell away, replaced by the softer language of wind and water.
Ow.
The garden stretched endlessly before him. Not merely a place of beauty, but a design of intention. Geometry softened by time, perfection bending gently into grace. Paths radiated outward like rays of a celestial map. Each hedge, each fountain, each statue stood where the human mind had placed it, yet the natural world had begun to claim it back. Covering sharp lines with moss, blurring edges with petals and falling leaves, Louis walked slowly, his pace unhurried, each step carrying the echo of morning ritual, but none of its weight. His shadow followed faithfully, elongated and light. The gravel beneath his shoes whispered a rhythm that matched the distant pulse of the fountains, steady, deliberate, alive. As he passed the reflecting pool, he paused to watch the surface of the water. The sunlight trembled across it, scattering itself into silver fragments. He leaned slightly closer, seeing his face ripple and reform. The reflection was not a king now, not the emblem of France or the keeper of ceremony. It was only a man, gazing into a moving mirror, his thoughts hidden beneath the glass. A breeze brushed against his cheek, carrying with it the soft laughter of children playing somewhere deeper in the garden, distant enough to sound like memory. He closed his eyes. The sound reminded him of another garden, far smaller, one he had played in as a child, before the world had decided he was to be a symbol. The trees there were not sculpted. Their branches reached however they pleased. He had climbed one once, torn his sleeve, and thought nothing of it. That small freedom seemed almost mythical now, a rumor whispered by time. The wind shifted again, stirring the leaves overhead. He followed one of the paths until he reached the Grove of Apollo. The marble figures gleamed pale against the deep green frozen mid-motion. A god with a lyre, horses poised to leap from stone.
Ow.
Louis stood there for a long while, his gaze tracing the contours of the sculpture. Apollo, the sun god, radiant and eternal. The resemblance was not lost on him. Others had made it clear long ago. He was the Sun King, the living embodiment of light, of divine order. And yet as he looked at the statue, he did not feel kinship. He felt a quiet distance, as if the figure belonged to another realm entirely, one untouched by fatigue or doubt. Louis smiled faintly, almost sadly. Even the sun, he thought, must rest behind clouds. He sat on a stone bench near the fountain. The water rose and fell in perfect arcs, each droplet returning to its origin. The repetition soothed him. Time here did not feel like something to be spent or measured. It was something to be listened to. The murmuring water, the drone of bees, the faint rustle of leaves, all of it spoke a language older than rule or ritual. For a while, Louis allowed himself to be no one in particular. The title, the expectations, the constant gaze, they dissolved in the warmth of the afternoon. What remained was something smaller and infinitely more real. A boy who had once looked at sunlight through branches and thought it the most beautiful thing in the world. As the minutes unspooled, the garden shifted again. The shadows grew longer. The light deepened to honey. Louis rose, brushing a stray petal from his sleeve. The sound of the fountains followed him as he retraced his steps toward the palace. From this distance, the building looked almost like a mirage, too perfect to be entirely real. He paused once more before the threshold, feeling the faint coolness of marble beneath his fingers. Behind him, the garden continued its quiet conversation with the wind. Ahead, the world of duty waited, patient and eternal. He inhaled deeply the scent of flowers and water and sun filling his lungs, and for the briefest moment, he felt completely at peace. Not as a ruler, not as a symbol, but simply as a human being standing between light and shadow. Then, with a soft exhale, he turned and stepped back inside. The door closed soundlessly, leaving the garden to its own infinite stillness. The palace never slept, but as dusk arrived, it seemed to breathe differently, slower, deeper, as if it too had grown tired of perfection. Lamps flickered alive one by one along the grand corridors, their light mellow and honeyed, softening the edges of mirrors that had once blazed with sun. The chandeliers awoke with a sigh of crystal. The murmur of servants moving through the galleries was rhythmic, practiced silver laid in place, wine poured with quiet reverence, candles trimmed to equal height. Versailles at night was not louder, only richer. The silence beneath the sound was velvet instead of marble. Louis entered the Hall of Mirrors not as the blazing emblem of day, but as something gentler. His attire shimmered faintly, gold muted by cream, lace touched with the faintest blush of dusk. Around him, courtiers gathered like constellations, each one glowing in their own small orbit. They bowed, smiled, murmured the ritual phrases. Yet beneath the ceremony, a softness lingered. Something in his demeanor had changed since the afternoon, and they felt it without naming it. He did not radiate authority tonight, carried warmth instead, the kind that draws people close without commanding them. The long banquet table stretched endlessly down the hall, polished to a mirror, crowned with crystal and silver. Musicians played softly near the gallery arch, strings and harps weaving a calm so steady it almost seemed to hum beneath the skin. The fragrance of roasted fruit and warm bread floated through the air, mingling with beeswax and perfume. Louis took his place at the head, the golden chair catching light, like a memory of the sun itself. But he did not lift his gaze to dominate the room. Instead, he observed quietly, letting the sounds and colors of the evening settle around him like layers of silk. The first course was served, not with grandeur, but precision. He tasted little, but every bite carried meaning. Conversation flowed like gentle water, courtiers discussing poetry, gardens, weather. Nothing urgent, nothing sharp. Louis listened with the patience of someone who understood that silence could be as eloquent as speech. Occasionally he smiled, a soft, almost secret curve of the lips that seemed to illuminate the table more than the candles ever could. To rule, he thought, was not merely to speak or decree, it was to make others feel at ease within the light you cast. A young page refilled his glass, his hands trembling slightly from the weight of attention. Louis caught his gaze and nodded, just once, a gesture so small, yet steady, that the boy's shoulders relaxed. It was in such moments Louis realized that a kingdom held together not in decrees or victories, but in the tiny mercies of recognition. The music swelled faintly as the night deepened. Across the table laughter rose and faded, light as candle flame. For the first time that day, Louis allowed himself to lean back slightly, to breathe in the beauty of what he had created, not the empire or the image, but the atmosphere, this symphony of composure and grace. He thought again of the garden of water whispering against stone, of the reflection that had rippled and vanished. The garden and the banquet were mirrors of each other, one quiet with solitude, the other filled with human sound. Yet both carried the same stillness at their core, the same truth that had lingered since morning. Power does not need to shout. It can move softly like light over silk, like warmth spreading through a room. He glanced at the chandeliers, their crystals refracting countless tiny suns, and smiled faintly. The title of Sun King had never belonged entirely to him. It belonged to the world that reflected it. When the final course arrived, fruit glazed in gold, sweet wine that tasted faintly of flowers, the hall had grown quieter still. The courtiers' voices softened, their gestures slower, lulled by the rhythm of light and sound. Louis raised his glass, not high, not dramatically, but gently a motion like a sigh. "To the light that guides us," he said, his tone low and even. The toast was not rehearsed, not written. It came from the calm within him. Around the table, glasses lifted, the crystal ringing like stars chiming in a far sky. And for a heartbeat, time itself seemed to rest, candles frozen mid-flicker, music pausing mid-note, breath held between words. Then, the moment passed, as all moments do, and the room exhaled again into its quiet rhythm. Louis set his glass down, the faint clink echoing through the long hall. He felt neither pride nor fatigue, only the serene awareness of having lived one complete day as both symbol and man, both light and shadow. Outside, the sky had deepened to indigo, the first stars trembling above the palace roof. Inside, the mirrors caught them, holding their reflections close, as if reminding him that even night, too, carries its own form of radiance. When the final candle was snuffed, and the last echo of the harps had dissolved into the long corridors, Louis lingered alone in the hall of mirrors. The marble floor, still warm from the press of countless feet, seemed to breathe beneath the hush. Outside, the night spread wide and calm, a dark sea stitched with stars. Their light entered through the tall windows in pale ribbons, touching the glass, touching his face. For the first time in hours, there were no eyes upon him, no movement that required grace. Lay silence, vast, gentle, and patient. He walked slowly down the center of the hall, his reflection multiplying in every direction. In each mirror he saw another version of himself, some younger, some older, all wearing the same calm expression. It was strange, he thought, to live a life so thoroughly mirrored. Even in solitude, there were reflections waiting, eager to remind him of the shape of his own myth. Yet tonight, they did not accuse or flatter. They simply existed, faint and silver, like memories watching themselves fade. He stopped before one pane, larger and clearer than the rest. The moon was caught in its surface, floating above his shoulder like a second crown. For a long time he studied the image, not searching for meaning, but allowing it to unfold. The man in the glass did not look like the figure painted in portraits or sculpted in marble. His eyes were softer, his mouth touched by a fatigue that felt almost tender. He thought of the morning ritual, the letters, the garden, the banquet, each a thread woven through the day's quiet pattern. He realized that every ritual, no matter how grand, was an attempt to make peace with the same truth, that all power fades eventually into silence. A door opened faintly somewhere down the corridor, and a servant's shadow flickered, bowing before retreating without a word. Louis listened to the footsteps disappear. The sound seemed to emphasize the stillness that remained. He turned toward the window and unlatched it. A breeze entered, cool, faintly scented with wet stone and distant grass. The world outside the palace was sleeping, the fountain stilled, the sky unbroken. He leaned against the frame, his hands resting on the cold metal. The air touched him like water. He thought of his youth, of the first time he had been told he was the sun. How impossible that had sounded then. How heavy it had felt to be asked to shine for others. And yet, over the years, he had learned that light was not a single blaze, but a series of quiet acts, rising each day. Listening carefully, moving steadily through both praise and weariness, the garden had shown him that even radiance must soften to survive. The banquet had shown him that light was only meaningful when shared. Now the night offered its final lesson, that light, when it rests, becomes reflection. He drew the window closed, leaving the room dim again, lit only by the last few candles trembling on the long table. Their flames bent gently, as if nodding to him. He walked toward the center of the hall once more, and paused beneath the largest chandelier. Its crystals caught the candlelight, throwing soft fragments across the walls. In each glimmer, he imagined the people who had passed through these rooms, courtiers, musicians, servants, poets, each one carrying a brief spark of their own. A kingdom, he thought, was not built from marble or decree, but from the invisible warmth left behind by ordinary lives. He extinguished one candle with his fingers, then another, moving slowly along the table. Each small flame faded without protest, the smoke rising in gentle spirals. When he reached the last candle, he hesitated, letting its light play across his palm. Then, with a quiet breath, he blew it out. Darkness folded gently around him. Mirrors no longer reflected him clearly. They held only the faint shimmer of moonlight and the memory of what had been. The silence that followed was not emptiness, but completion. Louis stood there for a while longer, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat echo through the hall. It sounded not like command, but like continuity, the quiet pulse of a life that, for all its grandeur, was still simply human. Finally, he turned and walked toward the far doors, his footsteps soft against the marble, fading as he moved deeper into the night. Behind him, Versailles slept, wrapped in its own dream of light. And somewhere beyond the mirrors, the stars kept their patient vigil, shining not for crowns or titles, but for anyone who happened to look up and notice. The world began as it always did, with silence. Before the bells, before the footsteps of servants, before even the faintest whisper of courtly life stirred in the corridors, the palace rested in its most human state, unobserved. The moon had folded itself into the clouds, leaving behind a sky of pale ash and violet. A faint silver light traced the edges of the window panes. Within that muted glow, the young king awoke, though not with the start of duty, but with the slow, natural rhythm of one who has nothing left to prove. Louis lay still for a while, his eyes open but soft, his breathing in tune with the quiet beyond the walls. He could hear the smallest things now, the sigh of wood as the building adjusted to morning, the distant trickle of a fountain finding its voice again, the low hum of wind moving through the chimneys. Each sound was small, yet together they felt immense, like the world taking its first breath after a long dream. He did not rush to rise. The ceremony could wait. For this moment, he was only a man in a room filled with fading shadows. The first rays of light touched the curtains, then the sheets, then the floor. They crept gently, the way dawn always does when it remembers where it left you. Louis turned his head toward the window, watching the light climb. It was not gold yet, just a soft, forgiving silver. He thought of the night before, of the extinguished candles, of the mirrors now holding only the memory of their glow. The thought did not bring sadness. It brought something quieter, the understanding that endings are not failures, only the pauses that allow light to return. When the attendants entered, they moved carefully, as though stepping into a sacred place. They began their tasks in silence, opening drapes, arranging garments, setting out water for washing. The familiar ritual began again, but something in the air had shifted. The pace was slower, the gestures lighter, as if even the palace itself had learned something overnight. Louis sat up, letting them move around him, his eyes still distant, his mind half in dream. The garments laid out for him shimmered faintly in the growing light. Gold thread caught the morning, glinting softly like memory rediscovered rather than power reclaimed. As they dressed him, he looked toward the window again. The garden beyond was waking, the fountains trembling into motion, the birds unfolding into song. A thin mist hovered above the grass, turning every step of sunlight into silver smoke. He could smell the dew, the earth, the faint sweetness of wisteria that had found its way through the open stone arches. It all felt familiar, yet somehow new, as if the world, too, had slept and dreamt, and now woke gently to the idea of beginning again. When the last button was fastened, he stood and moved toward the mirror. His reflection was clear this morning, steadier than it had been the night before. The face that looked back was composed but not distant. The weight of titles, the endless rituals, the careful choreography of rule, they would all resume soon enough. But beneath them, something had quieted, settled, as though the dream of the garden, the banquet, and the long walk through moonlit corridors had folded itself neatly inside his heart. The crown of sunlight would return to his brow, but it would rest more gently now. The doors opened, and a faint hum of life spilled in courtiers, preparing for the new day. Ministers waiting with documents, musicians tuning for the morning ceremony, the rhythm of power returning. Louis turned to face it, not as a man consumed by his own image, but as one who had finally learned to move with his own light rather than against it. He walked toward the doorway, and the attendants stepped aside, their eyes following him not with fear, but with something like calm admiration. The corridor ahead was bathed in dawn. The light fell through the tall windows and long, quiet rivers, reflecting on the marble, guiding his path. I paused at the threshold of the Hall of Mirrors once more. The same hall that only hours ago had been filled with laughter, music, and the soft sigh of extinguished flame. Now it stood silent again, its mirrors catching the morning sun in delicate fragments. He looked down the long stretch of glass and saw not a king returning to rule, but a man stepping once more into the gentle rhythm of being. Outside, the day awaited, its brightness not yet fierce, its edges still blurred by tenderness. Louis took one slow breath, letting it fill him entirely. Then, with that same deliberate grace that had carried him through the dream of the previous night, he began to walk. The light followed him, patient and steady. And though the world would see a monarch emerging to meet his court within himself, he felt only the quiet joy of a man awakening, not to rule the sun, but simply to share in its calm, endless return. The day had begun again, as it always would, but something in its rhythm had changed. In the still air of Versailles, the echoes of the night lingered, not the sound of power or pageantry, but of stillness itself. The young king walked slowly through the long corridors, each footstep carrying with it the faint murmur of memory. He knew that his story, grand as it seemed, was only one verse in a larger song. The world had seen many suns before his, and it would see many after. Yet in that thought, he felt no loss, no diminishment, only the steady comfort of belonging to something endless. He thought of the children who had come before him, small hands that once held scepters too heavy, eyes that stared out across lands they were too young to name, Tutankhamun, crowned in gold before he understood the meaning of death. Puyi of China, still a boy when the palace gates closed behind him forever. Mary of Scots, barely old enough to read the words that made her queen. They were all bound by the same thread, the strange, luminous weight of being chosen too soon. The world expected them to shine, and so they learned to burn. Some quietly, some fiercely, all beautifully human in their attempts to become symbols of something larger than themselves. Louis walked past an open window where sunlight spilled across the marble. He paused, letting the warmth touch his face. The same sun had touched them all, he thought, the same indifferent, eternal light that had watched over every crown and every cradle. It was never the light that changed, only the hands that tried to hold it. Youth, power, glory, they were all brief versions of morning, brilliant for a while, then gently folding back into dusk. And perhaps that was the secret he had been learning all along. To rule was not to defy time, but to move gracefully within it. In another wing of the palace, a group of pages were practicing their bows, boys not yet aware that every gesture they learned carried centuries of weight. He watched them for a moment unseen, their awkward grace, their laughter breaking through the strict rhythm of instruction. One of them dropped his hat and grinned, unbothered by his mistake. The sound of that small, unguarded joy reached Louis like a bell through water. It reminded him that even in the midst of ceremony, life itself was always gently misbehaving, always finding ways to be human. He smiled, faint and genuine. Perhaps that was what every young ruler needed most. Permission to be a child, even for a moment, before the world asked them to be more. He moved on, the hem of his coat brushing softly against the polished floor. Servants bowed as he passed, but he barely noticed. His thoughts had turned inward again, tracing the invisible line between boy and king, between sunlight and shadow. He wondered if the children who would one day inherit the world would understand what he had come to learn, that rule begins not with command, but with attention. That silence properly listened to teaches more than any crown. As the morning unfolded, the palace filled once more with the familiar rhythm, the clatter of preparation, the hum of ceremony, the quiet choreography of empire. Yet beneath it all ran another pulse, slower and softer, like the echo of a heartbeat carried through marble. Louis felt it within himself too, steady and grounding. It was the rhythm of the human beneath the king, the child beneath the symbol. The rhythm that would outlast him, as it had outlasted all those before. He paused one last time at the window overlooking the gardens. The fountains sparkled in full daylight now, the air trembling with life. Everything was bright, almost blinding. Yet even here he sensed the gentleness within the blaze, the quiet heart that made the light bearable. "Let them shine," he whispered, though he wasn't sure whether he meant the fountains. The children, or the kings, still to come. The words drifted outward on the wind, lost and found at once. And so the story came to rest. The boy who became the Sun King stood beneath the same sky as all the children who would one day wear crowns too soon. Their lives would rise and fall like the light, brief, beautiful, necessary. The world would remember their names, but only the quiet would remember their hearts. For in the end, Every ruler's greatest act was not to conquer, but to reflect, to catch a little of the sun, hold it for a while, and then let it go. The morning bells began to ring, soft, distant, eternal. The day began again, and somewhere between the sound of the bells and the steady hum of the waking palace, the silence that had shaped kings since time began waited patiently, ready to begin its work once more. Before the name, before the gold, before the legend sealed in stone, there was only a boy standing barefoot at the edge of the desert. The dunes stretched endlessly before him, rising and falling like the slow breathing of some sleeping giant. The wind whispered against his skin, warm and constant, carrying with it the scent of dust and time. He was small against the horizon, smaller still against the vast patience of the sky, and yet even then, something in the air seemed to lean toward him, waiting. Tutankhamun was not born into stillness, but into the echo of a dream already fading. Egypt was weary, its gods rearranged, its temples hollowed of their songs. The old faith had been broken and remade too quickly, and the people moved through their days like travelers who had forgotten where they were going. The boy did not understand this yet. He only felt it the way a child feels the weather, a heaviness beneath the light. Sometimes when he walked through the palace, he could sense it in the murmurs of the servants, in the glances that passed between the elders when they thought he wasn't looking. It was not fear exactly, but uncertainty, the fragile quiet that comes before a storm or after one has already passed. His days were filled with lessons, reading the sacred signs, tracing the shapes of gods whose names he could barely pronounce. The tutors spoke softly, but their eyes were sharp, as if each word carried the weight of the kingdom. He was told to sit straight, to listen, to remember, and he did not because he feared them, but because he loved the feeling of understanding something ancient. Each symbol, each carved line of hieroglyph, felt like a doorway to a voice that had been speaking long before he was born. Sometimes, at dusk, he would sneak to the edge of the gardens where the Nile curved like a sheet of glass, and draw those same symbols in the sand with his finger, watching the river wind past as if it were another kind of script, one written by water instead of stone. He did not yet know that one day the river would carry his name through time itself, that long after his bones had turned to dust, strangers would whisper it as if it were a spell. For now, he was simply a child who listened more than he spoke. He loved the quiet hum of the priests at prayer, the smell of burning resin curling through the temple air. He loved the faint shimmer of gold on the statues, not for its value, but for its light, how it made the dark places seem warmer. And sometimes, when he awoke in the deep hours of the night, he would feel something vast and calm pressing against the edges of his thoughts, as if the gods themselves were breathing just beyond his reach. The desert to him was not empty. It was full of presence, of whispers and long silences that seemed to hum with hidden memory. He would walk there when he could, escorted by guards who trailed at a respectful distance. The sand made no sound beneath his feet. The horizon shimmered with heat, and every dune looked like a promise half-kept. He wondered if the old kings had walked here too, if their spirits still lingered in the shifting light. In the stories he was told, they did, not as ghosts, but as guardians, resting in their golden tombs until the world remembered their names again. He liked to think they were listening now, not to his words, but to his heartbeat, steady and unsure, like the first note of a long song. At night, when the palace slept, Tutankhamun would lie awake and listen to the silence. It had a rhythm of its own, the soft lap of the river against the shore, the faint rustle of palm leaves moving with the wind. Sometimes he imagined the sound was the earth itself speaking, not in words, but in warmth, in breath, in the slow drift of time. The stars hung above him in an order he could almost feel, but not yet understand. One day his name would be written among them, frozen in gold and stone. But tonight he was only a boy beneath the same stars that watched over every life, royal or not. And in that vast quiet he did not feel small, only part of something too large to end. Morning came softly, spilling pale gold across the courtyards of the palace. The stones held the warmth and gave it back in size, as if the earth itself were breathing. Tutankhamun woke to that gentle brightness, and for a moment forgot who he was. The linen curtain moved with the wind. Beyond it he could hear voices, sandals on stone, the slow rhythm of the world continuing without him. For an instant, he felt light, free of titles. Then a servant entered, and the spell broke, and the quiet truth returned. The boy was a prince, and princes did not belong entirely to themselves. His tutor spoke that morning in low, cautious tones. There had been meetings in the night. The priests had gathered. Generals had whispered. Egypt, it seemed, was once again between breaths. Somewhere beyond the walls, decisions were being shaped from smoke and murmurs. He was too young to be told the details, yet he could feel the tension like the charge before a storm. Even the birds in the garden seemed to sing more carefully, as if they too sensed that the air was listening. By afternoon, he was summoned to the great hall. The space was enormous. A forest of columns painted with lotus and papyrus, their colors deep as dusk. Light filtered through high openings, dust turning in its rays like drifting time. The far end stood the throne. Gold, lapis, ivory, a piece of sunlight captured and given shape. He had seen it before, of course, but today it seemed to look back at him. The air was thick with incense and expectation. He understood then, without anyone speaking, that the world had changed while he slept. They placed him upon the seat. The cushions were soft, yet beneath them he felt the stone weight of ages. Hands touched his shoulders, his head, his wrists, gestures of blessing and burden. The voices of the priests rose, ancient syllables weaving around him like threads of invisible cloth. He sat still, as he had been taught, but inside his chest his heart moved like a bird beating against its cage. He wondered whether the gods could feel it too, this frightened rhythm, this strange mixture of wonder and dread. When the crown was brought forth, it did not gleam as he had imagined. It was not the light of day, but the deep, almost silent glow of old gold, a warmth that felt alive. The serpent on its front glimmered, frozen in its eternal strike. As it touched his brow, the hall seemed to tilt, the air thickening, the sound of the world folding inward. For a heartbeat he could hear nothing but the rush of his own blood. Then the voices returned louder, layered, endless. He was king now. The word echoed not like triumph but like distance, a name spoken through sand. That evening the celebrations began, yet they felt to him like a dream told by someone else. Music drifted across the courtyards, laughter rising and falling, the scent of wine and myrrh heavy in the heat. He smiled where he should, lifted his hand in greeting, but his eyes kept searching the horizon beyond the torches. He thought of the desert where he had once stood barefoot, the silence that had watched him there. He missed it. The quiet that did not ask anything of him. The space where even kings were only dust and breath. The crown felt heavier as the night wore on, not because of its weight, but because of what it meant to carry light for others. Later, when the last guests had gone and the palace had fallen still, he removed the crown and set it beside his bed. In the flicker of the oil lamp, its gold seemed almost tender, like something alive but tired. He touched it once with his fingertips and whispered, not a prayer but a question he could not quite name. The metal was cool. Somewhere beyond the window, the desert wind moved again, carrying the faint smell of sand and memory. He lay back and closed his eyes. The crown waited beside him, patient, unblinking, older than his fear, and the boy who had become a god drifted slowly toward sleep, the sound of the river breathing through his dreams. Days unfolded quietly after the coronation, each one resembling the last, as if time itself had learned to walk softly through the palace. The young king's mornings began with ritual, a wash in sacred water, anointment with oils that smelled of cedar and honey, and the recitation of hymns whose meanings were older than language. Attendants moved around him like thoughts made visible, careful not to disturb the gravity of ceremony. Tutankhamun repeated the words as he had been taught, his voice steady, but inside he wondered whether the gods truly heard or merely dreamed. He learned to wear divinity like a garment fitted carefully each morning, removed only when he slept. The courtiers bowed low, their eyes avoiding his, as though to look at him too directly might crack the illusion. To them he was no longer entirely human. He was the living Horus, the breath of Ra, a god shaped into flesh. Yet when he walked alone at dusk, he could feel the pulse beneath his skin, quick and ordinary. He was still the boy who listened to the desert wind, still the child who drew signs in the sand. Between those two truths, the boy and the god, he began to drift, unsure which of them the world would allow to survive. The priests told him that power was a form of purity, that the divine must remain untouched. So he learned to hold himself apart, to smile without warmth, to listen without reply. His laughter became a private thing, reserved for the moments when he was sure no one could hear. Once, while walking through the inner gardens, he caught sight of his reflection in a pool. The water trembled with wind, breaking his image into pieces. He crouched beside it and watched his own face ripple and reform, the crowned shadow falling across the surface. For a moment, he imagined that the water itself was whispering, "You are only passing through." At night, the palace changed. The long corridors cooled, the torches guttered, and the air thickened with the scent of stone and stillness. It was then that Tutankhamun felt most himself. No attendants, no prayers, no eyes. He would walk barefoot through the temple hall, the cold floor grounding him in its indifference. The statues of the gods rose around him, immense and unblinking, their faces carved in calm that outlasted centuries. He wondered what they saw when they looked at him, a successor, a son, or merely another spark in an endless cycle of light and decay. Sometimes he spoke to them softly, as if confiding in the night. "Do you ever wish to sleep?" he asked once, his voice barely more than breath. The question echoed and returned to him unchanged. The silence did not answer, but it did not dismiss him either. It felt, instead, like listening, a presence vast enough to hold even a child's uncertainty. He sat there for a long while, the darkness folding around him like a cloak, the faint hum of the desert pressing at the walls. For the first time he felt that the gods were not watching him from above, but from within. Patient, waiting for him to understand that being divine did not mean being certain. When dawn finally came, it crept in pale and slow. He returned to his chambers, the rituals beginning again, the world resuming its careful order. The priests bowed, the servants whispered, the officials presented scrolls and offerings. Yet behind every gesture he could sense the invisible thread that tied them all together. Fear, reverence, hope, emotions so closely woven they were almost the same. He realized then that kingship was not a crown but a mirror, reflecting back the hearts of those who gazed upon it. The people needed him to be a god so they might believe their world still held meaning. Perhaps that was mercy. Perhaps it was loneliness. That evening, when the stars rose, he watched them from the balcony overlooking the Nile. The river shimmered like glass, moving without hurry, carrying both life and forgetting. He imagined his reflection floating upon it, carried down toward the sea, breaking, mending, breaking again. Somewhere in that motion was the truth he sought, that even gods, like rivers, must keep moving to remain alive. The crown, resting nearby, caught a fragment of starlight and returned it faintly, a small echo of eternity. Tutankhamun smiled at the sight, neither proud nor afraid. The god within him was silent, but the boy beneath still breathed, still dreamed, still listened to the hush of the endless desert night. There were days when the palace felt endless, a world of corridors and chambers that repeated themselves like thoughts. The walls shimmered with painted stories. Gods rising from the dawn, kings marching through victory, the sun reborn each morning. Yet in the quiet hours between ritual and duty, Tutankhamun would notice the tiny cracks along the frescoes, the way dust gathered at the corners of the floor. Time, even here, had its own patient religion. It moved softly, like breath through silk, wearing down everything that believed itself eternal. He began to sense it everywhere, in the slow fading of colors, in the faint erosion of gold. Even the statues, perfect and still, seemed to lean imperceptibly toward forgetting. The boy king would trace the lines of a god's face with his eyes, and imagine that, somewhere deep inside the stone, a heartbeat once existed but had long ago gone quiet. It was not frightening, this awareness of impermanence. It was calming, almost kind. To know that even glory must rest, even power must soften, was to understand that nothing truly ends. It only changes its shape of silence. Outside, the desert stretched like a vast sea without waves. The horizon shimmered in the heat, and sometimes the air itself seemed to sing, not a song of words, but of light. Tutankhamun would watch from the balcony as the wind sculpted the dunes anew each day, each shape fleeting yet whole. He began to think of his reign that way too. Something temporary, beautiful because it could not last. The priests spoke of immortality, but he had begun to believe that the truer kind of eternity was the one found in repetition. In the sunrise that returned without memory, in the Nile that forgot yesterday's current. In the evenings, he would walk among the statues of his ancestors, each one crowned and serene. Their eyes, inlaid with gems, caught the firelight and glimmered faintly, as if waking for a moment to watch him pass. He felt both comforted and small beneath their gaze. They had all been called divine, all had ruled, all had vanished. Yet here they remained, stone bodies in a palace of dust and light, their silence outlasting their words. He would pause before each one and wonder, did they, too, feel the weight of being remembered too well? The palace itself seemed to breathe with him. When the heat rose in the afternoons, the walls gave off the scent of limestone and age. At night, cool air drifted through the hallways, carrying the soft hiss of the desert wind. Sometimes he imagined the sound was the palace whispering back to him, not as a place of stone, but as a memory of all who had walked within it. Every step left a faint echo, every breath a trace. Even the dust that gathered on the floor seemed to shimmer faintly in the torchlight, as if remembering the hands that had built this world of gold and faith. The priests, sensing his growing quietness, began to surround him more closely. They spoke of omens, of rituals that must be performed precisely, of the gods who must be pleased. Their voices were careful, their movements precise, but Tutankhamun could hear what lay beneath: fear. Egypt's order was delicate now, and the boy god was its hinge. To them, his youth was both miracle and danger. They needed him to be unchanging, a perfect image in a world that was shifting beneath their feet. But he could not stop the wind, nor the sand, nor the slow heartbeat of time moving through stone. One afternoon, while the palace dozed in the heat, he slipped away from his attendants and wandered into an unused corridor. The walls there were older, the paintings faded to pale outlines. In the dim light, he saw the faint image of a child king from centuries past, his hands raised toward a sun painted in crumbling red. The face was almost gone, only the eyes remained, staring out across the years. Tutankhamun touched the wall gently, his fingers brushing away a small veil of dust. "We are the same," he whispered. The dust rose briefly, glittering in a beam of sunlight, and then settled again. It felt like an answer. That night, when the stars appeared, he stood at his window and thought of the painted boy, of the statues, of the cracked walls, of the sand that moved like breath. All of it was fragile, yet all of it endured in its own quiet way. He realized then that eternity was not gold or stone or name. It was simply this: the soft persistence of being, the way the wind continues after the song has ended. And as he watched the moon rise over the desert, the young king felt no fear of being forgotten. For in the endless conversation between dust and light, every silence leaves its trace. The air inside the tomb was cool, even before the stone was set. It was a kind of stillness that seemed older than silence, a hush that had waited patiently through the ages for a name to fill it. Tutankhamun visited the site in secret, riding out at dusk with only a few attendants who kept their distance. The valley spread before him in folds of sand and shadow, the cliffs rising like the edges of a forgotten dream. Somewhere beneath their feet, the bones of kings slept in chambers of painted night. The workers bowed as he passed, their torches breathing little circles of light against the walls. It felt no fear, only recognition. They had been here before, he thought, not as himself, but as every ruler who had ever promised the earth his return. The passageway smelled of stone, dust, and resin. Scribes murmured measurements. Artisans traced outlines on plaster, each mark another small eternity taking shape. When he stepped into the unfinished chamber, the air moved slightly around him, as though the room exhaled in greeting. The walls glowed faintly in the torchlight, blank, waiting, patient. This was not yet his resting place, but he felt it calling in the calm way a harbor calls a ship. No demand, only belonging. He wondered if death would feel like this, a coolness spreading through heat, a closing of doors, not in dread but in completion. He spoke quietly to the foreman, asking what symbols would adorn the walls. "Scenes of renewal, my lord," the man replied, eyes lowered. "The sun reborn, the voyage across the underworld. The gates that open for the justified." The boy king nodded, though what he pictured was simpler. Not gates or judgment, but the desert itself, the endless horizon where nothing ended. He wanted that painted here too, a reminder that even the gods walk where sand forgets their steps. The artisans bowed, unsure if this was command or reverie, and went on carving. Outside, the evening wind began to rise, whirling fine grains of sand through the valley. They hissed against the stone, a sound like distant rain. Tutankhamun closed his eyes and let the wind pass over him, through him. He thought of all the hands that had built for him, hands that would fade, names that would disappear, yet whose touch would remain in every carved line. Perhaps he thought that was how life continued, not through monuments, but through the quiet fingerprints left behind on the world's surface. When he returned to the palace, the torches along the corridors flickered in greeting, but he barely noticed. He carried the tombs calm within him. Each chamber he passed now felt temporary, each banquet a dream already ending. He began to speak less, to listen more. His advisors mistook this for illness, the priests for divine withdrawal. But he was not withdrawing. He was preparing to belong again to the silence that had first taught him to listen. He had begun to understand that kingship was only a pause in the longer rhythm of return. One night, as the moon climbed over the desert, he asked his wife Insomnia if she ever feared being forgotten. She smiled faintly and traced a pattern on his palm with her finger. "Names fade," she said. "But love leaves, shapes the wind remembers." He looked at her then and realized that she, too, had found peace in the same thought. They sat together in the quiet, watching the oil lamp's flames stretch and settle. The sound of the Nile reached them, a low, eternal murmur. It felt like a heartbeat outside of time. When sleep came, it was gentle. In his dream, the valley opened wide and the stars bent low, not in worship, but in welcome. He walked barefoot over sand that glowed faintly, each grain holding a memory of sunlight. The tomb's door waited ahead, half open, breathing light instead of darkness. He stepped through without hesitation, the crown dissolving into dust, the gold melting back into the earth. And in that final silence, he felt something vast and kind, the same stillness that had always watched him, now closing softly around him like a promise kept. The desert wind moved again, erasing his footprints as dawn approached. Somewhere far in the future, the same wind would uncover them, and strangers would whisper his name as though calling a ghost awake. But he would not mind. He would have already become what he was always meant to be. Not a god, not a king, but a quiet part of the sand that remembers everything. The desert held its breath that morning. The sun rose slowly, brushing the dunes with soft gold that did not burn but settled like memory. Tutankhamun walked along the valley quietly, the weight of crown and ceremony left far behind. Each step pressed into sand that would shift and forget. And yet, in that very forgetting, he felt permanence. He realized that life, even the life of a boy king, was not measured in names or monuments, but in the stillness that outlasted action. In the echo of one breath against another, and in the way the earth received it all without judgment. He paused beside the entrance of the tomb he had visited before, the chambers unfinished, the walls bare, waiting. The wind stirred the grains of sand around his feet. He thought of the hands that had carved, of the prayers whispered into empty air, of the priests who had taught him to bow and listen. They had all passed through this moment differently, and here beneath the same sky, they shared a single truth. Even kings return to dust, and even dust carries light. The crown he had worn no longer gleamed, was a memory, a shape of thought that belonged to the past. He placed it in the sand for a moment, feeling its absence, and then let it rest there as if it were a promise too heavy to keep. The river glimmered beyond the cliffs, moving without haste, carrying the reflections of stars that had already vanished. Tutankhamun knelt beside the water, letting his fingers skim its surface. He thought of the gods, once so vivid, now silent in their stone temples. He thought of the people he would never meet, the generations who would whisper his name, who would wonder at the strange boy who had ruled, and yet seemed not to belong entirely to his own time. And he realized that he did not mind. Being remembered was not what he had sought. He had only wanted to listen, to witness, to feel the quiet beneath the weight of gold. The wind rose, carrying the faint scent of resin and palm leaves. It moved through the tomb, through the palace, through the valley itself, as if brushing against every life that had passed this way. Tutankhamun closed his eyes and let it pass over him, feeling the desert's patience in his bones. He understood now that eternity was not about defiance, not about monuments or crowns, not even about being called a god. Eternity was in the way light touched sand, in the way silence outlasted music, in the way the world remembered and forgot in a single infinite breath. Thus the sun climbed higher, he rose and walked back toward the palace, though he carried the calm of the tomb within him. The walls were bright with painted suns and gods, the corridors alive with the soft murmur of life returning. Yet he moved differently now, not with pride or fear, not with the urgency of a boy trying to fill too large a role, but with the steady patience of someone who had already seen the edge of time and returned. His steps were measured, almost invisible, yet they left traces like whispers in the wind. Later, when the palace slept beneath its cool shadow, he would lie and listen once more to the Nile, to the desert, to the slow, inevitable pulse of life. He would feel the crown beside him in memory, the gold shimmering faintly in the darkness. He would remember that all things pass, kings, gods, empires, and yet within that passing there was a quiet immortality, a pattern of light and dust that could not be erased. And in that stillness he would rest, not as a boy, not as a king, not even as a god, but as a single note in the endless song of the world. And so Tutankhamun became both presence and absence, remembered and forgotten at once. His story, carried by wind, river, and sand, waited patiently for those who would listen. The desert hummed softly, and the sun drifted across the dunes, indifferent yet kind. And somewhere in that gentle unfolding, the path opened for the next child to rise, to wear a crown too soon, and to learn in silence the strange and tender rhythm of power. The air held its calm, and history itself leaned closer, ready to whisper the next story. The air was crisp, almost biting, as Mary stepped into the stone halls of her childhood palace. Frost clung to the windows like delicate lace, and the hearth fires burned low, spilling amber warmth into the shadows. Outside, the lochs and hills lay heavy beneath a pale sky, their contours softened by mist. She could hear the slow wind moving through the battlements, and it felt, even at 10 years old, like a voice older than the walls themselves, murmuring secrets she was only beginning to understand. Mary had been told, from the earliest hours she could remember, that she was queen. The word was carried to her on the breath of nurses, whispered by tutors, inscribed in the letters she could barely read. It was a heavy, luminous word, not just a title but a destiny pressed into the curve of her small hands. And yet there was little in the world of stone and frost to make the weight feel lighter. The corridors were long and echoing, the ceilings high and unreachable, and every step she took seemed to echo twice, once through the palace and once through her own chest. She walked slowly, deliberately, as if her small feet could somehow measure the distance between childhood and crown. Her tutors were always nearby, guiding her in language, history, and faith. Their voices were gentle, but their eyes were sharp. Each lesson was a reminder that she was different, that the world expected more from her than from other girls her age. She learned quickly, not out of fear, but out of curiosity. She listened to stories of kings and queens long past, of battles fought in snow and rain, of treaties signed in whispering halls. And she imagined herself in the midst of it all, not as a participant, but as a witness, absorbing the quiet rhythm of a kingdom already unfolding. The nights were quieter. She would sit by her window, watching smoke curl from distant chimneys, listening to the faint stir of animals settling into sleep. The cold air pressed against the glass, and she imagined it carrying voices from the past, queens who had been little more than children, stepping into roles too vast for their age. She felt connected to them in a way that words could not capture. Each small heartbeat of theirs seemed to echo in her own, reminding her that the path of a ruler began long before the crown appeared. In moments of stillness, in rooms empty but for the whisper of wind, sometimes Mary wandered the corridors alone. The tapestries, heavy with colors, seemed almost alive in the dim candlelight. Figures from distant history stared down at her, kings in gold, queens in velvet, saints and soldiers alike. She reached out her hand to touch one of the embroidered faces and felt the thread give under her fingers, as if reminding her that even the strongest images were still woven of fragile material. She liked this knowledge. It meant that even grandeur, even destiny, had its softness. Even power could bend without breaking. Her favorite place was the small tower overlooking the northern hills. There, she could see the mist clinging to the valleys, the rivers glinting like silver threads. She imagined herself walking across that landscape, not as a child, but as a queen, who knew the secrets of every stone, every stream. The thought gave her a curious peace, a knowledge that though the crown would one day settle on her head, it was not the crown itself that mattered, but the quiet understanding of the world she would inherit. And in that quiet, Mary often closed her eyes and listened. The wind through the battlements, the faint creak of the floorboards, the soft murmur of the distant forest, all spoke to her of continuity, of patience, of the gentle passage of time. She could feel, even now, the shape of the kingdom beneath her feet. Not as a map of borders, but as a living thing breathing slowly and waiting for her to join its rhythm. The frozen throne was not yet hers to rule, but it was hers to understand. And understanding was the first form of power a child could carry. Winter settled fully over the palace, draping the hills and lochs in frost and silence. Mary could feel it in the very stones beneath her feet, a cool, deliberate calm that seemed to pause time itself. The air inside the corridors was heavy with candle smoke and polished wood, carrying the faint echoes of steps and whispers from servants and courtiers. They watched her with careful attention, their faces polite, their eyes calculating. She had learned, even at her young age, that nothing passed unnoticed. Each tilt of her head, each pause in her speech, became a ripple through the intricate patterns of observation. The palace itself seemed alive, as though every stone had ears, and every tapestry had a silent witness. Her lessons grew longer, more precise. Tutors spoke of alliances, of treaties, of the delicate machinery of rule. She repeated words with care, absorbing meaning as much in silence as in speech. At times she caught the glances of men and women older than she could imagine, eyes measuring, estimating, predicting. Some offered warmth, others suspicion, but all watched with an unspoken insistence. The girl who would be queen must grow into the role even before she fully understood it. She realized that her power existed less in action than in stillness. To sit quietly, to listen, to let the world reveal itself, that was the first lesson a child of the crown had to learn. The nights were the hardest. Mary would lie awake, staring at the heavy wooden beams above her bed, tracing the patterns of shadows cast by flickering candlelight. Outside, the wind moved through the battlements like a slow voice, carrying the sound of distant trees. The faint splash of water in the lochs, the shifting snow. She imagined the courtiers moving quietly in the dark, checking that every lock held, every candle burned evenly, every door and hallway accounted for. It was exhausting, even for one who had never known life without caution. And yet, she found a strange comfort in it, a reminder that the world was alive, aware, and that her place within it mattered. Even if only in the careful rhythm of observation, sometimes she would walk the empty corridors at night. The tapestries, dark and heavy, seemed almost to breathe around her. Figures in embroidered armor or velvet gaze followed her steps silently, frozen witnesses to a girl growing in understanding. She would place her hand against a wall, feeling the cold stone beneath her palm, imagining the centuries of children and rulers who had come before. They had walked these same halls, felt the same weight of expectation, learned the same lessons in silence. In that, Mary discovered a quiet lineage, invisible yet unbroken. She was part of it, and it would shape her as much as the crown ever could. Outside, the world was frozen, yet moving. Smoke rose in thin columns from chimneys, birds stirred against the wind. The water in the lochs shifted slowly with currents beneath the ice. Mary understood then that her reign, her story, was like the river beneath, unseen yet present, slow yet unstoppable. Even as the courtiers watched her, even as tutors pressed lessons into her mind, the pulse of the land, the rhythm of her people, moved forward without pause. She would have to move with it, or risk being swept aside. But for now, she could walk quietly, listen closely, and let the weight of all eyes teach her patience and grace. The winter deepened. Frost coated the windows, turning each pane into a delicate pattern of white lace. Mary watched the shapes form and dissolve as she traced her fingers along the cold glass. She realized that her kingdom, though vast and commanding, was not entirely in her control. Much like the frost itself, some forces were beyond the reach of even the youngest queen. And yet, there was beauty in that too. In learning to observe, to endure, to know when to move, and when to remain still. Her reign, like the frost, would leave traces, however faint, long after she stepped back into shadow or sunlight. She would be a girl, a queen, a quiet presence all at once, all the time. Mary had begun to notice it, the subtle movement of the palace itself, as if it were alive with a will separate from her own. Courtiers passed in the corridors with careful steps, their eyes flicking toward her with barely concealed calculation. Servants whispered not only orders but opinions, secrets tucked between instructions. Even the tapestries seemed to shift in the flickering candlelight, their embroidered eyes following her with an uncanny patience. The crown she would one day wear was not merely a symbol of authority, it was a presence behind every door, a silent weight resting on the air itself. She learned quickly that appearances mattered more than reality. The smallest tilt of her head, the faintest hesitation in a word, could ripple outward in ways she did not yet fully comprehend. Lessons from her tutors had taught her names of lands, the stories of alliances, and the rituals of faith. The palace itself taught her something older, that observation was power. To notice the half-glances, the subtle pauses, the unspoken agreements, to absorb all, without letting a flicker of impatience or fear escape, was to hold a quiet dominion that no crown could guarantee. In the late afternoons, she would sit behind heavy curtains, watching the sun sink behind the hills. The light fell in long, golden fingers across the stone floors, illuminating dust motes that drifted lazily in the still air. From here, she could see the courtyard, the servants, even the few guards who lingered lazily by the gates. Each movement became a story, a possible threat, or an unspoken alliance. She understood instinctively that to be queen meant not only to act, but to wait, to let the palace reveal itself slowly, layer by layer, until its secrets were yours. And she learned that patience was not the absence of action, but a careful form of strength. Sometimes she would peek into council chambers where older men debated treaties and debts. They spoke with authority, confident in the weight of experience, yet Mary began to see the cracks in their words' pauses. Hesitations, glances exchanged when they believed no one was watching. She listened to the rhythms of power, noticing which voices commanded without sound, which gestures carried consequence. It fascinated her, not because she wished to manipulate, but because she understood that the crown she would wear was composed not of gold, but of this quiet knowledge, the invisible threads that bound the world together. Evenings brought a strange intimacy with shadows. Mary would trace the patterns of the hearth fire on the walls, imagining them as maps of influence, rivers of loyalty, and mountains of silent opposition. She would whisper the names of her courtiers softly to herself, giving them weight, presence, even life beyond their movements. In this exercise, she became a student of people as much as of power, and she began to sense that her own thoughts, careful and precise, could shape the palace's rhythm as much as any command ever would. The crown was still distant, but already it lingered in the spaces around her, shaping her perception, teaching her to walk lightly, to speak slowly, to notice everything while revealing almost nothing. At night, alone in her chamber, Mary would write in secret, not letters to be sent, but notes to herself, observations, reflections, questions about what she could see, what she had felt, what she might yet learn. The flickering lamp cast a warm glow over her writing, and she felt connected to every ruler who had grown in the hush of similar rooms. Every child who had carried destiny before understanding it fully. She did not yet wear the crown, yet already she felt its presence behind the curtain, patient, unblinking, guiding her not with commands, but with quiet insistence. And so Mary learned the first and perhaps most essential lesson of rule, that true power often lies not in what is spoken, but in what is noticed, what is absorbed, and what waits patiently behind the curtain. Winter deepened, and with it, Mary felt the stillness of her kingdom settle, like snow upon the hills and lochs. The cold air pressed against the walls, sharp but steady, and carried the faint murmur of life. Beyond the castle gates, the slow rhythm of townsfolk, the crunch of boots on frost, the whisper of the wind over frozen water. It was a calm, patient kind of sound, one that reminded her in ways words could not, that her kingdom existed whether she moved or not. The realization brought both comfort and a gentle weight. She began to sense that rulership, even in its smallest gestures, was a matter of perception, patience, and timing, as delicate and enduring as frost itself. The corridors of the palace seemed longer in winter, stretching endlessly beneath the vaulted ceilings, echoing with footsteps and voices carried by unseen currents. Courtiers and servants, though careful in their movements, could not entirely mask the tension that wove through the halls. Subtle disapproval, whispered alliances, cautious loyalty. Mary began to notice everything, a hesitation in a bow, a glimmer of impatience in a glance, the barely audible murmur of agreement or dissent. She understood, even as a girl, that she was learning a language without words, the rhythm and cadence of power that pulsed quietly behind every gesture and gaze. Observation became her shield and her guide, silence, her companion and teacher. Sometimes she would walk alone in the snow-blanketed courtyards, feeling the cold bite at her fingers and cheeks. She imagined the palace as a living organism, its stones breathing slowly beneath frost and firelight, its towers listening, its walls absorbing the footsteps of every child, every ruler who had come before her. She would place her hand against the rough stone, close her eyes, and feel the slow heartbeat of history vibrating through her palm. In these moments, she understood that the crown she would inherit was not simply a symbol, but a mantle of attention, endurance, and vigilance. It was patience carved into gold, wisdom hidden in silence, responsibility folded into every frozen breath of the kingdom. Inside, the hearth fires cast shadows that danced across tapestries depicting kings and queens of long past, their faces stern and unchanging. Mary would trace the lines of the embroidery, imagining the stories woven into each thread, triumphs, betrayals, decisions made in rooms much like her own. She began to feel the weight of these narratives as something tangible, pressing softly against her young mind, reminding her that she was now part of the lineage, not only in blood, but in quiet duty. Each stitch was a whisper of expectation, each figure a lesson in restraint and observation. The tutors continued their lessons, speaking of treaties, alliances, and the delicate balance of power. But Mary found herself increasingly observing the world beyond their words. She watched the servants carry messages, the officials consult one another in hushed tones, the guards stationed at doors, silent yet aware. Each movement, each hesitation, each fleeting expression told her something that textbooks could not. She realized that her kingdom, though physically bound by stone and gate, was alive in these small, invisible ways, the currents of loyalty, fear, love, and ambition flowing like veins beneath its frozen surface. Evenings were quieter still. She would sit by her window, tracing the patterns of frost etched on the glass, imagining the landscape beyond as a living map of her influence and responsibility. The frozen locks mirrored the pale sky, the hills blurred in mist, and the wind hummed softly through the trees. Mary understood that her reign, though not yet begun in earnest, existed already in the careful act of noticing. She felt the pulse of her kingdom in the stillness, the quiet rhythm of a land waiting patiently for her to step fully into its story. The crown, distant yet inevitable, pressed not on her head but on her mind, guiding her with invisible hands. In that cold, still world, Mary learned the true weight of being a queen as a child, to exist always in awareness, to let silence teach, to observe without judgment, to carry responsibility without hurry. The frozen heart of her kingdom beat slowly, measured, patient, and she, too, began to beat with it, quietly, endlessly, until she and her realm were almost indistinguishable in the hush of winter. Mary began to notice the voices that moved through the palace like wind through the corridors, soft, almost imperceptible, yet carrying weight far beyond their sound. The courtiers spoke in careful patterns, their whispers threading around doors, through tapestries and across cold stone floors. She could feel their meaning in the tilt of a head, the quickened step, the pause in speech. Even as a child, she sensed that every crown, even one not yet placed upon her head, cast shadows far longer than its gold. There were alliances invisible to the eye, threats carried on the stillness between words, loyalties revealed only in hesitation. And in the midst of it all, she began to understand. The crown was not simply a mark of authority. It was a presence that demanded attention, a quiet observer of every glance, every gesture, every heartbeat. Her tutors continued their lessons, though Mary often found her mind following paths far beyond their structured pages. They spoke of laws and treaties, of battles won and lost, of the sacred obligations of a queen. She repeated the words, faithfully absorbing their cadence, but her thoughts wandered to the subtle signals of the palace. The way the guards lingered longer near certain doors, the way servants whispered behind closed curtains, the way distant voices carried messages not meant for her ears, yet understood by her nonetheless. Power, she realized, was less about action than perception, less about proclamation than patience. To listen, to watch, to absorb, that was the first step in learning how to bear the crown. Evenings brought a hush that was different from the quiet of winter. The halls felt alive with secret currents, a language of shadows and light. Mary would sit by her window tracing the frozen patterns etched by frost on the glass, and imagine the palace as a living thing, its pulse measured in the movement of people, its breath carried in the shifting of candles and the soft echo of doors. She began to feel that she could read the kingdom in these subtleties, understand its moods, anticipate its needs, and sense the ambitions hidden beneath courtesy and bowing. The crown itself seemed to whisper, a gentle reminder of vigilance, of patience, of the responsibility that existed long before she would ever hold gold. Sometimes she wandered the corridors alone, her small feet echoing softly against the stone floors. The tapestries depicting queens and kings of past centuries seemed to lean toward her, their stitched eyes observing, their silent presence, a testament to the lineage she had inherited. She touched the threads lightly, imagining the hands that had woven them. The intentions of those long gone, the stories carried quietly across generations. In that, she discovered a strange comfort, a sense that she was not alone in learning the burdens and beauty of rule. The crown, distant yet inevitable, had already begun shaping her, not through weight or decree, but through the awareness it demanded. Outside, the wind moved across the hills, brushing the frozen locks and stirring the thin smoke rising from chimneys. Mary imagined the kingdom beneath her gaze as a living network of currents and energies, each person, each gesture, each thought contributing to a delicate balance that she must respect and understand. She felt that she was both a part of this system and apart from it, a small center of awareness in a vast, intricate world. To act recklessly would upset the rhythm. To watch carefully would allow her to move in harmony with it, almost unseen. She began to value the hush of observation as much as any lesson in law or etiquette. At night, she would write quietly in a small notebook, recording the patterns she had seen, the glances noticed, the whispers remembered. These notes were not for anyone else. They were her own guide through the subtle currents of influence. She understood that crowns could be heavy not only in gold, but in attention and expectation. Yet in the stillness, in the careful tracking of shadow and voice, she began to feel capable. The whisper of crowns, the invisible hum of duty and observation, had become a language she could speak before her years had fully grown. And in that quiet understanding, she felt the first stirrings of mastery. Mary learned early that a kingdom was less a place than a network of whispers, glances, and careful gestures, and that even the coldest stone corridors could pulse with invisible currents of power. The court, with its layers of attendants, nobles, and advisors, seemed at first like a vast and bewildering maze. Yet she began to see its patterns as a weaver sees threads, subtle, deliberate, and meaningful in ways that could only be understood when one observed with patience. Alliances were formed not only in council chambers, but in the spaces between words, in the pauses of conversation, in the fleeting shadow of a glance. To recognize them was to begin to hold influence before any crown was placed upon her head. Each morning, she would walk the corridors, noting how servants carried themselves, how guards lingered near certain doors, and how the noble families entered and exited rooms. Every footstep and whispered phrase was a line in an unseen map of power. Mary began to realize that her role, even as a child, was to see, to understand, and to absorb the subtle shifts that would determine the kingdom's future. The crown was still distant, a promise of authority, but the true measure of rule was already before her: knowledge and awareness, patience and quiet discernment. In her private chambers, she would write observations, small sketches, and reflections in a notebook that had become a secret repository of insight. She recorded the habits of those around her, the rhythms of their routines, and the slight nuances in their speech and gesture. These notes were not meant for anyone but herself. They were her guide through the palace's intricate web. In time, she would understand that alliances were never entirely declared. They existed in subtleties and silences, in the interplay of trust and fear, respect and rivalry. And the earlier one begins to perceive them, the stronger one becomes, in navigating the currents that shape a kingdom. Evenings brought a hush that deepened Mary's understanding of the court's quiet dynamics. She would sit by her window, the cold glass pressing against her fingertips, looking out over the hills and lochs. Imagining the palace as a living loom, every person a thread weaving patterns of loyalty, ambition, and obligation. Each noble family, each advisor, each servant was connected to another, forming a web as delicate as frost on the windowsill. To disturb one thread carelessly could send vibrations through the entire weave, creating ripples that could be felt far from their origin. Mary understood that she must walk with care, speak with precision, and learn the rhythm of the threads before she could ever hope to influence them. The tutors, still speaking of law, treaties, and governance, became companions to her observations rather than guides to her understanding. She absorbed their lessons, yes, but she began to see beyond them, noticing the interplay of people. An intention, how words could mask motives, and how gestures could reveal truths that speech never admitted. She realized that her power, when it arrived, would depend less on decree than on perception, the patient, deliberate awareness of the unseen patterns of loyalty, influence, and expectation. On winter nights, she would wander the corridors alone, the cold stone beneath her feet grounding her, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows along the walls. The palace seemed to breathe, the tapestries shifting subtly in the light, as if alive to her presence. In these moments, she felt the kingdom not as a distant map, but as a living entity, delicate, patient, and intricate. Each interaction, each careful observation, was a stitch in the vast fabric of her future reign. And as she closed her eyes at night, she imagined the threads weaving themselves around her, binding her gently into the kingdom she would one day fully command. Mary understood, even at her tender age, that rulership was less about authority than awareness, less about pronouncement than perception, and less about power than patience. And in the quiet reflection of the frozen palace, she felt the first true stirrings of mastery, the knowledge that the loom of alliances, delicate and invisible, would carry her into the rhythm of history. Mary began to feel it most acutely during the long winter evenings, when the halls were empty and the only sound was the soft hiss of firelight against cold stone. The crown she would one day inherit had not yet touched her head, yet its weight pressed gently on her awareness. It was not heavy in the sense of physical gold or jewels, but in the hush of expectation. The invisible pressure of every glance and whisper that moved through the palace like a quiet current. She began to understand that the life of a queen was measured not in action alone, but in attention, patience, and the careful observation of all that occurred around her. She walked the corridors slowly, tracing the familiar paths she had memorized as a child. Yet each step felt different now, deliberate, careful, reflective. The servants, tutors, and guards moved around her with a blend of familiarity and vigilance, their eyes measuring not only her steps, but her intentions. Mary had begun to see that every gesture, every pause, every tilt of her head could influence the balance of attention and loyalty in subtle, unseen ways. She absorbed these lessons quietly, understanding that true rule was less a matter of decree and more a matter of perception. The crown, though absent, existed as a shadow, shaping her thoughts as much as any tutor or courtier could. Evenings were her time of reflection. By the hearth, she would sit with her small notebook, recording observations, mapping the unseen currents of influence that pulsed through the palace. She noted the alignment of the nobles, the gestures of servants, the fleeting glances exchanged in hushed corners. In these quiet recordings, she began to perceive patterns, threads of loyalty, strands of ambition, faint currents of discontent. She understood that the throne demanded not only knowledge of law and diplomacy, but mastery of observation, the ability to sense what was hidden behind words and actions. She learned that patience could be as powerful as command, and silence as revealing as speech. Mary also began to understand the emotional weight of expectation. Even as a child, she felt the pull of history pressing on her small shoulders, the centuries of queens and kings who had walked these halls, had made choices under observation, and carried the burdens of realms in moments of quiet thought. The tapestries lining the corridors depicted rulers long past, their eyes fixed in unchanging watchfulness. She would often trace the lines of their embroidered faces, imagining their thoughts, their fears, and their patience. In this act, she discovered a strange kinship, a realization that she was part of a long, unbroken line, a living echo of all who had come before.
Ow.
The palace itself seemed to breathe around her. The wind whispered against battlements, smoke spiraled from distant chimneys, and the locks shimmered faintly under a winter moon. Mary understood that her realm existed in the subtle interplay of these elements, the quiet vigilance of her people, the intricate loyalties of courtiers, the flow of time itself. Even without action, she felt responsibility settle into her being. To live as a queen meant to carry the world quietly within oneself, to balance patience with discernment, and to remain ever attentive to the currents of influence that could shift without warning. At night, before sleep, she would imagine the crown resting lightly upon her head, not as a weight, but as a companion. It reminded her that vigilance, observation, and patience were the first forms of authority a young ruler could learn. In the hush of the palace, she could almost hear it whisper, "See, listen, understand." And in listening, in observing, she began to recognize that she could hold her kingdom even before the gold and jewels ever touched her brow. Mary closed her eyes, feeling the quiet weight settle deep within her. The frozen halls, the whispering servants, the attentive courtiers, the silent eyes of rulers stitched into tapestries, all formed a tapestry she could walk within, a rhythm she could learn. The crown was waiting, patient and still, and she, too, had begun to move with the quiet cadence of a queen who understood that power was as much about awareness as it was about rule. Mary began to sense the undercurrent of her kingdom, a quiet, almost invisible flow that moved beneath the stone floors, behind curtained windows, and through the long corridors of the palace. It was not a river of water, nor a sound to hear, but a river of presence, the subtle alignments of ambition, the currents of influence, the hidden channels of loyalty and discontent that shaped every decision and whispered to those who knew how to listen. Even as a child, Mary could feel it in her bones, a pulse beneath the frozen halls, a rhythm that demanded attention, patience, and care. To navigate this river without being swept away would require all the observation, thoughtfulness, and quiet understanding she had begun to cultivate. The courtiers' movements seemed slower, more deliberate in winter's hush. Eyes flicked toward her and away, whispers lingered just beyond hearing, doors closed softly with hidden intention. Mary realized that these subtleties carried messages as loud as any proclamation, the support of a noble, the hesitation of an advisor, the silent warning of a loyal servant. She began to map these invisible channels in her mind, connecting glance to gesture, footstep to intention. The palace itself, she thought, was a living organism, and she had to learn to swim within its currents without disturbing its delicate balance. Evenings were moments of reflection and observation. Mary would sit by her window, the cold glass pressing gently against her fingers, tracing patterns of frost as though they were the very veins of her kingdom. Beyond the palace walls, the hills and lochs shimmered in pale light, each shadow and ripple an echo of the hidden world she was beginning to see. She realized that rulership, even in its youngest form, was not only about gold, law, or ceremony. It was about understanding the unseen, about reading the language of intention, about flowing with the subtle river that carried everything in its current. And in this understanding, she discovered a strange strength. The power to influence before action was even required, to sense before speaking, to perceive before commanding. Sometimes she wandered the corridors at night, the only sound, the faint echo of her small feet on stone floors. The tapestries, embroidered with faces of rulers long past, seemed to shift in the flickering candlelight. their silent eyes watching her, recording her presence. Mary imagined them whispering secrets of the court, of battles and treaties, of loyalty and betrayal. She understood that these lessons were invisible, yet enduring, that she could learn the patterns of her world without ever raising her voice, without ever issuing a command. Even as the river of shadows flowed around her, she could place herself within it, without being carried off by its current. Her notebook, kept hidden under the desk in her chamber, became her map of this unseen world. She wrote names, observations, patterns, and fleeting impressions. Each page was a quiet testament to her growing awareness of the forces shaping her kingdom. The crown she would one day wear remained distant. Yet its weight was already present in the subtle authority she began to exercise through perception and understanding. She learned that the most important power lay in noticing what others did not, in seeing the river that flowed beneath the apparent calm. And yet, Mary also understood that the river of shadows was not merely a tool, but a reminder of fragility. Currents could shift suddenly, alliances could break, whispers could turn into storms. The world beyond her window, frozen and still, was only a surface beneath it. Danger moved softly, invisibly, yet persistently. She did not fear it, not in the way a child might fear the dark. She felt it, acknowledged it, and allowed it to shape her awareness, teaching her that rulership was as much about endurance and observation as it was about speech, decree, or ceremony. By the time the moon rose over the hills and cast pale silver upon the locks, Mary had come to know the rhythm of the shadows. The slow current that carried the whispers and intentions of her kingdom. She understood that she could walk within it, quietly, carefully, and emerge not only unscathed, but prepared. And in that quiet preparation, she felt the first true stirrings of a queen, one who would carry the crown not only with gold upon her brow, but with wisdom within her heart. The palace seemed to hold its breath. Even in the heart of the day, when servants moved briskly along corridors in the Tudors, voices carried lessons of law and diplomacy, there was a quiet beneath the clamor, a silence that pressed gently into the stones, and the air a hush that Mary had begun to recognize as the presence of the throne itself. She had not yet worn the crown, and yet she could feel it in the small shifts of attention around her. The polite bow of a servant, the measured words of an advisor, the faint but insistent glance of a noble. This silence was not empty. It was full of anticipation, of expectation, of the gentle weight that accompanies power even before it is exercised. Mary had begun to move through the palace with the calm precision of one who knows she is being observed, yet who observes in return. Every gesture, every glance, every word carried subtle significance. She could sense alliances forming quietly, loyalties tested in the hush of a moment, and even betrayals hinted at in the tilt of a head or the hesitation of a hand. The crown would one day rest upon her head. But already its influence flowed around her like an invisible river, shaping the way she perceived the world. To rule, she understood, was to inhabit this silence, to absorb its rhythms, and to act with quiet certainty when the moment demanded. Evenings brought a deeper intimacy with the palace's rhythms. By the window, Mary would watch the frost on the panes, the pale glow of candlelight stretching across the halls, the shadowed outlines of towers reaching toward the night sky. She imagined the court as a living organism, each noble servant and guard a vital part of its pulse. The throne itself existed not only in gold and velvet, but in this web of silent currents, in the delicate balance of observation and discretion. Mary had begun to see her place within it, small but central, fragile but enduring, presence that could shape the flow of events without ever raising a voice. Her secret notebook became a repository for these quiet lessons. She recorded observations, patterns, fleeting impressions, the half-glances, the whispered comments, the careful postures of those around her. Each page was a map of subtle power, a guide to the kingdom's hidden heartbeat. In writing, she felt the weight of responsibility more clearly, yet without fear. The crown would come, she knew, and when it did, she would carry not just authority, but understanding, an awareness cultivated in silence, observation, and patience. At times, Mary would wander alone through the cold halls, the sound of her small footsteps echoing softly, the flickering torchlight casting shadows that stretched like long, attentive fingers along the walls. She would trace the tapestries with her eyes, imagining the lives of the rulers embroidered there, their triumphs and failures, their decisions made in secrecy and caution. In that quiet reflection, she felt a kinship with them, a recognition that power was always accompanied by observation, vigilance, and the careful weighing of each action. She had begun to internalize this rhythm, letting it guide her movements, her attention, and even her breathing. The palace, the locks, the hills, and the frost seemed to bend subtly around her awareness. The silent throne, she realized, was not simply a seat or a symbol. It was a state of perception. It's a way of being present in every whisper, every pause, every hidden movement that shaped the kingdom. To sit upon it, she knew, would require not only courage, but profound stillness, patience, and understanding. Even as a child, she felt herself stepping into that rhythm, learning to inhabit the hush of power, to sense the currents beneath the surface, to hold her place within them with calm and quiet confidence. As the moon rose over the winter hills, casting a pale glow across the frozen locks, Mary felt the first full understanding of what it meant to be a queen. To carry responsibility silently, to perceive the invisible threads that bound her people and her court, to act with measured wisdom, and to inhabit the silent throne with grace before the crown ever rested upon her brow. In this quiet, she became both observer and participant, a child and a sovereign, learning that the true weight of rulership is often born in the hush between words. Mary began to notice how the walls of the palace held stories not spoken aloud. The faintest glances, the quietest shifts of posture, the hushed conversations in distant corridors, all formed a tapestry of intention, subtle yet unyielding. Even as a child, she sensed the presence of forces that moved invisibly, shaping the palace and the people within it, drawing lines of influence and allegiance like threads on a loom. It was a delicate, intricate pattern, and one misstep could ripple outward in ways that might never be corrected. The crown she would one day inherit seemed both distant and already present. A silent weight pressing her awareness to notice, to perceive, to understand. The courtiers moved through the halls with careful steps, each gesture measured, each word chosen. Mary watched them, recording the rhythm of their interactions in her mind, like a gentle, persistent melody. She understood that loyalty was not always declared. It often hid in pauses, in the fleeting acknowledgement of a glance, in the subtle act of stepping aside or holding firm. Betrayal, too, could be whispered in silence, carried by the hush between two sentences or the tilt of a hand. The palace, she realized, was a loom not of cloth but of people, and each of them wove the kingdom's fate, whether they knew it or not. Evenings brought quiet moments by the window, where Mary could watch the hills and frozen locks bathed in silver light. She imagined the palace as a living organism, each noble, each servant, each whispering corner a thread in a vast, unseen fabric. The crown was not yet hers, but she felt the rhythm of its presence and the currents of observation that flowed through her. The more she watched, the more she learned, not only about people, but about herself, and the subtle strength of patience, attention, and restraint. To rule, she began to understand, required not only knowledge and courage, but the ability to perceive the hidden patterns that gave life to the kingdom. At night, Mary wandered softly through empty corridors, the echo of her footsteps mingling with the distant sigh of wind against battlements. The tapestries, embroidered with figures of queens and kings long past, seemed almost to shift in the flickering torchlight. She imagined them speaking in whispers only she could hear, sharing secrets of courtly strategy, lessons in vigilance, and the careful balance of authority and observation. In this silent dialogue, she began to feel the weight of the loom upon her young shoulders, the quiet, unyielding responsibility of weaving herself into the pattern of her kingdom, maintaining its integrity even as currents of ambition and discontent moved beneath the surface. Her notebook became a sacred tool, filled with observations of courtiers' behaviors, subtle interactions, to moments that might otherwise have gone unnoticed. Each entry was a map of invisible connections, a study of how influence traveled quietly through spaces, how loyalty could be tested without a word, how danger could lurk behind a polite bow or an overly attentive gaze. Through writing, she trained herself to see the threads before they tangled, to sense the pressures before they became storms, and to move with the current rather than against it. Even the youngest ruler, she realized, could begin to master the loom if she cultivated awareness and patience. The palace seemed to pulse gently with the invisible energy of these threads. Mary could sense the shifts of influence as currents beneath her feet, flowing through hallways, threading around corners, gliding beneath tapestries. Each day, she positioned herself within this loom, learning to observe without disturbing, to anticipate without acting prematurely, and to recognize the quiet patterns that determined the kingdom's health. She understood that the crown would one day rest upon her head, but its true power was already in the silence and attention she had cultivated, in the mastery of perception before authority, in the patient weaving of awareness into action. By the time the moon rose high above the locks and cast pale silver light across the frozen hills, Mary had begun to understand the true weight of the throne, a loom of shadows, subtle and persistent, demanding attention, patience, and quiet vigilance. And in this understanding, she felt herself growing into the rhythm of a queen, silent, observant, careful, and profoundly aware that power begins long before gold touches the brow. The chill of early winter pressed against the palace windows, and Mary could feel it in the stone floors beneath her small feet, in the faint draft that whispered through the corridors and the slow, measured movement of the courtiers around her. The frost that lay across the locks and hills mirrored something more subtle within the palace, the first tremors of intrigue, faint and almost imperceptible, that moved beneath the surface of loyalty and obedience. Even as a child, Mary began to sense these currents, noticing the slight hesitation in a noble's bow, the careful choice of words in conversation, the whispered pauses that lingered too long to be innocent. The palace, she understood, was not only a home, but a living web of intentions, ambitions, and hidden alliances. She walked the corridors with quiet steps, her small hand brushing against the cold stone walls, imagining the palace as a vast loom, each person a thread weaving patterns of influence, loyalty, and sometimes betrayal. The crown had not yet touched her head, yet its weight was already present in her awareness, in every glance, every whisper, every shadow that moved behind the curtains. Mary understood in a way that children rarely do, that rulership was less about commanding than observing, less about asserting than perceiving. To navigate this web successfully, she needed to be patient, attentive, and thoughtful, letting the threads reveal themselves before she acted, learning the rhythm of intrigue before stepping fully into its current. Evenings brought a peculiar stillness, the kind that made hidden intentions almost audible. Mary would sit by her window, the frost pressing patterns against the glass, the pale moonlight stretching across the frozen landscape. Beyond the walls, the locks shimmered, the hills rose softly into mist, and the wind whispered through the bare trees. Within the palace, she sensed the quiet alignment of ambitions, the subtle negotiations that were never spoken aloud, the delicate balance between loyalty and self-interest. Observation became a kind of quiet power, and Mary practiced it diligently, tracing the pathways of influence in her mind, noticing which currents flowed smoothly and which were obstructed by hidden forces. Her tutors continued their lessons, speaking of laws, treaties, and the traditions of monarchy. Yet Mary increasingly found herself reading the palace rather than the textbooks. The courtiers' behaviors, the servants' gestures, the soft creak of the floorboards all spoke to her in a language she was only beginning to understand. Each small act, each careful pause, carried meaning, and she recorded them in her private notebook, filling its pages with invisible maps of intention and loyalty. She was learning that the crown was not only about authority, but also about understanding the threads of influence, recognizing the patterns before they became challenges, and sensing the movements of unseen currents. That could determine the fate of a kingdom. Mary wandered the palace alone at times, feeling the frost in the corridors, the hush of the walls, and the silent watch of the tapestries that lined the halls. The embroidered figures of kings and queens seemed to observe her, as if aware that she was learning their lessons not from spoken word, but from the subtle movements of the world around her. She began to feel the quiet weight of responsibility pressing into her young shoulders, the knowledge that even in stillness, one could shape events, and that sometimes the first sign of danger appeared in the faintest ripple of behavior rather than in any loud proclamation. By the time the moon cast silver over the frozen hills and locks, Mary had begun to understand the first frost of intrigue. It was delicate, patient, and almost invisible, yet undeniable. It moved like a slow current beneath the surface, shaping loyalties, testing patience, and measuring the awareness of those who would inherit the throne. And in the hush of the palace, Mary felt the quiet stirrings of understanding, of patience, and of a young queen preparing to meet the weight of her crown, not with haste or fear, but with calm observation, and the deep knowledge that power begins long before the crown ever rests upon the head. Mary began to notice her own reflection, not only in the polished surfaces of the palace, the gleaming floorboards, the polished shields, the dark glass of windows, but in the actions and reactions of those around her. The courtiers, the tutors, the servants, even the guards, seemed to mirror the subtle patterns of expectation that pressed upon her young shoulders. She realized that the kingdom itself reflected back what she allowed herself to feel, think, and observe. The crown, though distant, already cast its shadow, shaping not the shape of her head but the careful movements of her mind and the soft cadence of her presence. Every glance she offered, every pause in speech, every measured gesture became part of the mirror in which the palace and the people gazed at her as she gazed at herself. The frost outside pressed against the windows like frozen lace, delicate and intricate, reminding her that beauty and fragility often existed side by side. The frozen locks mirrored the pale winter sky, and the hills covered in soft snow held shadows that seemed to move with the slow pulse of the land. Mary recognized that her young reign, too, contained such dualities: strength and vulnerability, awareness and caution, patience and decisive action. Observation became both a tool and a reflection, showing her not only the currents of influence in her court, but also the quiet depths of her own emerging awareness. Evenings brought a special hush, one that Mary began to associate with the kingdom's reflective nature. By the window, she traced the frost patterns with her small fingertips, imagining each crystalline branch as a network of loyalty and intention. The courtiers' subtle gestures, servants' whispered movements, and the faint echo of guards' steps all became reflections of her own understanding, teaching her that perception and patience were as much a part of the throne as the crown itself. The palace, with its polished surfaces and quiet corridors, acted as a mirror, revealing the interplay between self-observation and power in ways that words could never convey. Mary's notebook remained her companion, her private mirror of understanding. She recorded the subtle glances, hesitations, and gestures she observed, mapping invisible patterns and noting how her presence shaped the world around her. In doing so, she began to perceive the delicate balance between her own inner state and the currents that flowed through her kingdom. A small movement of thought, a quiet shift in awareness, could echo through the palace like a soft ripple across a frozen lock. She felt herself becoming attuned, not only to the intentions of others, but to her own responses, her own growing sense of responsibility, and the quiet rhythms of power that the crown demanded. Walking through the corridors at night, the palace seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. The tapestries, depicting queens and kings long past, reflected her presence, almost as if the stitched eyes followed her carefully. Observing the young ruler learning her place in the quiet tapestry of history, Mary sensed that she was part of a continuum, a reflection of all who had walked these halls before, each one shaping and being shaped by the palace and its people. In this mirrored understanding, she discovered a profound calm, the knowledge that observation and patience could cultivate authority as enduring as the walls themselves. By the time the moon rose high above the frozen hills and locks, Mary had begun to understand the subtle power of reflection. The frost outside, the polished surfaces inside, the quiet movements of her court, all mirrored back to her the delicate, enduring responsibility of rulership. The crown, still distant, was already present in this quiet dance of awareness, reflection, and observation. And in the hush of the palace, Mary felt herself becoming both observer and participant, a young queen learning to move with the currents of her kingdom, to sense the invisible threads that shaped its course, and to carry the quiet weight of authority long before the gold ever touched her brow. Mary began to sense the subtle weight of decisions, even as a child, in the hush of the palace corridors. The lessons of tutors and the whispers of courtiers, once distant and abstract, began to converge into a rhythm she could feel in her bones. Decisions, she realized, were not merely proclamations written on parchment or declared aloud in council chambers. They were currents, gentle yet persistent, that moved through the palace, through the courtiers, the servants, the guards, and the very stones themselves. Each choice could ripple outward, shaping loyalties, shifting alliances, and altering the delicate balance she had begun to perceive. Evenings became a time of reflection, a moment when the frost on the windows mirrored the frozen clarity she sought in her thoughts. Mary would sit by the hearth, its fire casting long, soft shadows across the floor, and consider the subtle implications of each gesture, each word, each instruction she might give one day. The crown remained distant, yet its presence was tangible in the quiet insistence of awareness that guided her observations. She began to understand that even before authority could be exercised, the preparation for it, the patient learning, the careful observation, the quiet weighing of consequences, was itself a form of power. Walking through the empty halls, Mary noticed the tiny currents of influence in motion. A servant paused slightly longer near one chamber than another. A noble's gaze lingered with curiosity, or perhaps with concealed calculation. A guard shifted position in response to unseen signals. Each of these movements carried meaning, and Mary's young mind, attuned to subtlety, began to parse these threads with care. She understood that decisions were not isolated acts, but the culmination of countless small currents, and that to act wisely required both patience and deep perception. The frost outside, the quiet locks beyond the hills, and the still corridors within the palace all seemed to mirror this truth, that even the smallest shifts could shape the course of a kingdom. Her notebook, carefully tucked beneath her desk, became a repository not only of observations, but of reflections on potential choices. She wrote of patterns she had noticed, of interactions that suggested alliances or hidden tension, of moments that might later influence the realm's delicate balance. In this private space, she practiced the quiet art of decision-making, not with commands or proclamations, but with contemplation, attention, and foresight. Each page was a lesson in patience, teaching her that authority grows not from haste, but from understanding, and that the crown is most wisely worn by those who first learn to navigate the subtle currents of influence surrounding it. At night, the palace seemed almost to breathe in concert with her thoughts. The tapestries, stitched with faces of rulers long past, cast shadows that shifted in the torchlight. Mary imagined that they observed her attentively, whispering silent counsel about the consequences of action, the virtue of patience, and the delicate nature of responsibility. The frost on the windows, the wind over the hills, and the glimmering locks outside became metaphors. For the clarity she sought, a frozen stillness in which thought could crystallize, allowing her to see paths before, choosing them to feel currents before navigating them. By the time the moon rose high over the winter hills, Mary had begun to perceive the subtle gravity of the decisions that would one day rest in her hands. Even as a child, she sensed that authority was not measured in bold proclamations alone, but in the quiet understanding of consequence, in the patient weighing of influence, and in the careful attention to currents both visible and hidden. The crown, distant yet inevitable, waited for her not as an ornament, but as a responsibility, a companion to the awareness she had begun to cultivate. And in the hush of the palace, Mary felt the soft stirrings of readiness, the first understanding that to rule wisely is to move gently, thoughtfully, and with quiet certainty in a world shaped by countless invisible threads. Mary found herself drawn to the small moments of stillness within the palace, where candlelight flickered against stone walls, casting shadows that seemed almost alive. These quiet hours became her sanctuary, a space where the soft glow illuminated not only the tapestries and floors, but the emerging strength within herself. She realized that power, in its most enduring form, began quietly, in the patient cultivation of awareness and the gentle shaping of one's own mind. The crown had not yet touched her head, yet its presence was already felt in these moments of reflection, where resolve glimmered as subtly as the dancing flames. The palace, in these candlelit hours, revealed nuances invisible in the bustle of daily life. Courtiers whispered behind closed doors, their words soft yet laden with meaning. Servants moved through the halls, careful and deliberate, as though aware that every action mattered. And guards stationed themselves with quiet attention, their vigilance a gentle rhythm against the cold stone. Mary watched and listened, absorbing the invisible currents of loyalty and caution, of trust and suspicion. She began to see that the true work of a ruler was not always in speech or command, but in the patient attention to these currents, in learning to understand their patterns before acting. Evenings by the window became a ritual. She traced the frost-etching delicate patterns on the glass, imagining each crystalline branch as a thread of influence stretching across her kingdom. The hills beyond, softened by snow, seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the land, and the locks reflected the pale moonlight as though showing her the mirror of her own developing awareness. In this quiet contemplation, she learned the first lessons of self-discipline, the need to pause, to observe, to resist haste, and to let understanding grow before action. The crown, though distant, whispered silently through the rhythm of these small, intentional practices. Her notebook remained her closest companion, a place to record not only observations of others but reflections on herself. She wrote of the subtle currents she noticed, of the emotions she felt in response, of the moments when patience allowed her understanding to deepen. Each word was a thread, each page a tapestry of awareness, a rehearsal of the careful thought and internal resolve required to bear responsibility. In this quiet, Mary began to recognize that the strength of a ruler was often invisible, flowing beneath its surface. Like water beneath ice, steady, persistent, and capable of shaping the world in ways that were neither loud nor ostentatious. Sometimes she walked the corridors alone, the candlelight flickering against her small hands as she brushed the stone walls. The tapestries, stitched with centuries of rulers and their stories, seemed to guide her, their silent presence reminding her of the lineage she carried, the patience they had embodied, and the awareness they had honed. Mary understood that the throne required a similar combination of qualities: observation, patience, and the quiet cultivation of inner resolve. The crown would one day sit upon her head, yet the first and most essential weight she bore was this candlelit strength within herself. By the quiet hours of the night, with the palace asleep and frost glimmering on the distant hills, Mary felt the true pulse of her potential. She understood that authority was not born in ceremony alone, but in the careful training of the mind, the cultivation of patience, and the subtle art of sensing the currents of loyalty, ambition, and caution. The candlelight revealed her own emerging mastery, the ability to pause, to reflect, to anticipate, and to act with awareness rather than impulse. In these soft, luminous hours, she practiced the quiet stewardship that would one day allow her to meet the crown with not only courage, but calm certainty. And so, as the moon rose over the frozen locks and the palace held its quiet breath, Mary felt the gentle stirrings of resolve settle deep within her. The crown, distant yet inevitable, awaited the moment she was ready. Until then, she learned the art of quiet power, the patient shaping of perception, the enduring strength of candlelit resolve. A light that would guide her through the shadows of intrigue and the frozen corridors of responsibility. Long before any gold ever touched her brow, even in the warmth of the palace, Mary began to sense currents moving beneath the polished floors, subtle yet persistent, like the faintest ripple across a frozen lock. Courtiers whispered behind closed doors, their voices soft but deliberate, carrying messages meant to be understood only by those who listened carefully. Mary, though young, had begun to attune herself to these faint vibrations, noticing the shifts in posture, the measured pauses, the glances that lingered longer than courtesy allowed. These whispers, she realized, were as telling as any formal decree, revealing loyalties, ambitions, and sometimes veiled discontent. She wandered the halls with quiet steps, observing the rhythm of the palace like a gentle flowing tide. Servants moved attentively, guards held their positions with disciplined awareness, and nobles navigated the corridors with careful precision. Mary began to perceive the interplay of power, the delicate balance between expectation and action, loyalty and ambition. Each whisper, each subtle gesture, became a thread in the tapestry she was learning to read, a pattern that required patience, attentiveness, and a mind trained to perceive the invisible forces at work. By the window in her private chamber, Mary often watched the winter landscape, frost shimmering across the hills and lochs in the pale moonlight. She imagined the whispers of the courtiers as invisible currents moving through this frozen world, delicate yet inevitable, shaping the course of events in ways unseen. The palace, she realized, was alive with these currents. The crown she would one day inherit was entwined within them, observing the frost, the shadows, and the quiet motion of her kingdom. Mary began to understand that rulership required an awareness that was both subtle and patient, a careful listening to the world as it whispered its secrets. Her notebook became a sanctuary for these observations. She recorded gestures, pauses, and the faintest hints of intention, creating a map of invisible alliances and cautious rivalries. Mary learned that the crown's authority was not imposed only through decrees or ceremony, but through the patient cultivation of understanding, the quiet interpretation of subtle signs, and the disciplined management of one's own presence. Even the most delicate whisper could carry the weight of consequence. She was learning to move through this intricate network with both care and confidence. Sometimes she would wander the empty corridors at night, the flickering candlelight casting shadows along the stone walls. The tapestries, depicting queens and kings long past, seemed to watch, their silent eyes offering lessons in patience and vigilance. Mary felt the pulse of history beneath her feet, the echoes of decisions made and mistakes endured, and the silent counsel of those who had walked the path before her. The whispers of the courtiers, though subtle, were part of this same rhythm, a quiet test of awareness, a gentle shaping of judgment, and a reminder that power, even in its youngest form, required careful listening. The frost outside pressed against the windows like crystalline lace. Reflecting the delicate balance Mary was learning to maintain within the palace. The first stirrings of political tension were subtle, almost invisible, yet unmistakable to a mind attuned to observation. She understood that patience, discernment, and careful reflection would allow her to navigate these currents, anticipate the consequences of action, and to maintain her calm even in the presence of ambition and intrigue. By the time the moon rose high over the frozen lochs, Mary felt the rhythm of the whispers around her settle into her awareness. The palace breathed with subtle tension, yet in that quiet, she discovered her own strength, the ability to perceive, to reflect, and to move gently through the currents of influence. The crown, still distant, waited for her preparedness. And in the hush of the palace, Mary understood that mastery began long before the gold ever rested upon her brow, in the quiet listening, the careful observation, and the patient mapping of the invisible threads that shaped her kingdom. Winter thickened around the palace, and silence became a second skin upon the stone. The air itself seemed slower, heavier, as though time had entered a long breath. Mary walked through the corridors and felt that hush settle over everything. The servants' steps, the creak of doors, even the faint crackle of firelight seemed softened by the weight of the cold. It was in this stillness that she began to notice a new presence in the rhythm of court life, a faint, elusive tension that moved through the palace like a shadow crossing snow. It was not loud, nor immediate, but steady, a subtle current that spoke of uncertainty. The courtiers, who once whispered in measured caution, now moved with slightly more guarded expressions. The cold, it seemed, had sharpened more than the air. It had refined ambition, condensed rumor, and distilled intentions into something quieter and more potent. Mary could feel it in the pauses between words, in the way glances met and drifted apart, in the growing precision with which servants performed their duties. The palace, for all its grandeur, was a place of constant movement beneath the surface, and the shadow of winter revealed that truth more clearly than ever. She found herself studying these movements with a new kind of attention. Observation was no longer just an act of patience. It was a quiet defense. She sensed that the ability to see without reacting was itself a form of strength, one that kept her steady while others drifted through the unpredictable currents of influence. The frost outside mirrored this awareness, intricate, delicate, yet resolute, forming patterns that held firm against the pale light of the sun. Mary realized that to endure, one must learn to be both strong and still, resilient and calm, allowing change to move around without breaking one's form. The lochs beyond the hills reflected the muted sky, a silver-gray expanse without ripple or sound. When she watched them from her window, she imagined the surface as a mirror of her own composure, unbroken, quiet, yet full of unseen depth. Beneath that surface, currents shifted, just as they did in the palace, invisible but constant. She knew that to rule, or even to prepare to rule, required this kind of awareness, to appear calm while perceiving movement, to remain patient even as subtle storms gathered out of sight. At times, she overheard fragments of conversation in passing, names spoken too softly, tensions disguised in courtesy. Though she did not yet fully understand their meaning, she felt their weight. The shadow of winter carried lessons not of fear, but of recognition, that the kingdom was made not only of people, but of the spaces between them, the quiet exchanges, the pauses, the unspoken agreements. Mary learned to listen not for words, but for silences, and in those silences, she began to hear the faint outline of truth. Her notebook filled with careful notes, not of events, but impressions. The tone of a greeting, the pacing of a servant's steps, the pattern of comings and goings, all became signals to be studied. It was, she realized, a language of its own, the quiet dialect of power. And in her quiet discipline, she began to shape her understanding of rulership not as domination, but as perception, a capacity to hold awareness steady, to respond with calm precision rather than haste. By night, when the wind swept softly over the hills and the frost glimmered faintly in moonlight, Mary would sit by her candle and feel the rhythm of the palace settle into her thoughts. The shadow of winter was not an enemy, but a teacher, one that revealed the shape of things when the noise of life fell away. In this season, she learned endurance, subtlety, and the quiet confidence that comes from seeing clearly without needing to act immediately. The crown was still far away, yet the calm composure that would allow her to bear it was already forming, steady and sure, beneath the surface of a young queen's quiet heart. There are moments in history when power does not shout, it whispers. It hums like the low flicker of a candle in a draft, steady, uncertain, yet alive. Mary had begun to sense that kind of power, the kind that glows quietly rather than burns brightly. The lessons of winter had carved something new into her manner, a slow patience, a softened gaze, a way of speaking that turned questions into invitations rather than commands. It was not yet the authority of a monarch, but it was something deeper, the composure of one who listens fully before answering, the grace of one who understands. That silence can sometimes speak more clearly than words ever could. Each evening, as darkness folded itself over the castle, she would light a single candle and place it near her writing desk. The flame's small light would reach only so far, a narrow circle of gold surrounded by vast shadow, and yet she found it enough. It was her way of seeing how little light it took to keep the darkness gentle. She thought often of her mother, far away in France, of the weight that women in power were forced to balance between dignity and survival. A candle could be snuffed out easily, but for as long as it burned, it offered warmth. And warmth, she had begun to understand, was a kind of strength no storm could mimic. The crown, when she imagined it, did not glitter. It pulsed softly, like breath. She did not think of it as metal, but as presence, the ability to be calm when others were restless, to hold still when the world around trembled. In quiet moments, she pictured it resting not on her head but within her, steady as the flame. She wondered whether those who ruled with noise ever noticed how much energy they spent fighting the silence that might have steadied them. The candle never fought the dark. It simply existed within it, small and sufficient. At court, her patience began to be mistaken for confidence. People deferred to her with a subtle shift in their posture, as though her quiet had a gravity of its own. The advisors who once spoke too quickly began to measure their words. The servants, once eager to please through chatter, found themselves working in silence beside her, as though her calm was contagious. She had not demanded it. She had simply become it. And the candle on her desk became, in its own way, a symbol, an unnoticed lesson to anyone who entered her chambers, that gentleness could govern, and that light could exist without announcing itself. She did not yet rule the land, but she had begun to rule her space. And in the soft rhythm of that realization came something deeper, an understanding that true sovereignty begins within. That before one commands others, one must learn to command the self. The young queen began to see that every kingdom begins first as a state of mind, a field of calm awareness that must be cultivated before it can grow outward into laws, armies, or banners. The candle was her reminder. Each night she lit it, she was, in a quiet way, crowning herself anew, not with gold, but with composure. Outside, the snow was beginning to melt. The first signs of thaw whispered through the air, thin rivulets running down the stone walls, drops of water glimmering like tiny mirrors. The world was changing again, as it always did. But this time, Mary did not brace herself for it. She simply watched. She had learned, in the stillness of her candlelight, that change was not an enemy, only another kind of silence waiting to be heard. And in that moment, she felt something unspoken settle within her, as if the crown she once feared was already hers, invisible but certain, glowing softly in the quiet heart of winter's end. The snow had thinned to mist, and the mist to rain, soft and unhurried, like the exhale of the earth after a long dream. Mary watched it from her window, her reflection faint against the glass, as though she were both inside and outside of herself at once. The air smelled of wet stone and cold grass, and somewhere in the distance, bells were tolling, slow, measured, each one carrying the sound of time itself sliding gently forward. Spring was not yet here, but something in the rhythm of the world was changing. And with that change came the quiet murmur of choices that would soon need to be made. It began, as such things always do, with letters. Sealed, folded, written in careful script. Some brought news from abroad, from France, from England, from those who still spoke of alliances and duty. Others came from within Scotland, bearing petitions or advice disguised as praise. Each one was polite, deferential, almost tender in tone, yet each carried its own subtle weight, a suggestion of where her loyalty might best lie. Mary read them all slowly, as though each line were a thread that, if tugged too quickly, might unravel something she could not repair. At night she laid them out before her like constellations, glimmers of ink under candlelight. Each one a point of potential, a star in a map that had yet to reveal its full pattern. Some spoke of peace through alliance. Others hinted at unrest if she refused. But the more she read, the more she felt the weight of a truth she could not name. That choice in the world of crowns was never truly free. Every decision carried another's shadow. To move toward one path was to turn away from another, and in those small turns, whole histories were born. The court around her was beginning to hum again, that subtle tension of purpose returning after the stillness of winter. Advisors' voices grew firmer, more insistent. Messengers came and went with the rhythm of rain. Yet amid it all, Mary moved as though in another tempo, slower, quieter, deliberate. She knew that the act of waiting, of appearing undecided, was itself a kind of answer. To hesitate was to listen longer, and to listen was to understand. The candle on her desk burned low each night, its wax pooling in soft white curves like melted time. She thought of how easily the flame could be extinguished, and how precious each moment of light truly was. Sometimes, in the quiet hours, she would whisper her questions aloud, not to seek answers, but to hear their shape. "What is duty if not a tether?" she once murmured. "And what is love, if not the illusion of choice?" The room did not respond, of course, but the candle wavered, and she imagined it listening. There was comfort in the ritual of uncertainty in knowing that the questions themselves were alive even when answers were not. Each morning she walked through the gardens where frost still clung to the ground in pale lace. The earth, though cold, was stirring beneath, a quiet persistence that reminded her that growth is not always loud. She found solace in that patience. It taught her that decisions, like seasons, could not be rushed without losing their grace. The choice before her, which alliance to trust, which path to take, no longer felt like a single act, but a slow unfolding, like petals loosening in their own time. And so she waited, calm and watchful, beneath the veil of choices that shimmered like morning mist. The court grew restless with her silence, mistaking stillness for indecision. But Mary understood something they did not, that the truest strength often looks like delay. For in waiting, she gathered clarity. She gathered power. The candle still burned each night, its flame bending gently toward her as if bowing. And somewhere in that glow, between the ink of letters and the rhythm of her own breath, the young queen began to glimpse the shape of her destiny, not as something she would seize, but as something that would slowly open before her like dawn through a veil of rain. There are moments when silence no longer soothes. It sharpens, gathers edges, and begins to hum faintly with the tension of what is about to happen. In the days that followed, the castle seemed wrapped in that kind of silence, not the peaceful hush of winter, but the uneasy stillness before thunder. Mary could feel it in the air, in the way voices fell quiet when she entered a room, in how her name seemed to travel through corridors like a ghost, unclaimed by any mouth. The candle on her desk flickered more often now, its flame thinner, its light restless. Rumors, like mist, had begun to rise from the lowlands. Some whispered of conspiracies, or others spoke of letters gone missing, of alliances being formed without her hand upon them. Mary did not ask directly. She had learned by now that questions, when spoken too soon, scattered truth like birds from a branch. Instead, she watched. She listened. And slowly, as dawns passed and nights deepened, she began to see her reflections shift, not in mirrors, but in people. Their eyes no longer met hers for long. Their words became careful, sweet, and hollow. Betrayal, she realized, never enters like an enemy. It arrives like a friend, smiling softly, bringing warmth that conceals its own chill. In that quiet recognition, she felt something inside her change, not break, but settle, as though a weight had been placed gently into her chest. She did not tremble. She did not speak. She simply understood that this too was part of what it meant to wear a crown, even one still invisible. To be a ruler was to carry both love and danger in the same palm, knowing that neither could ever be truly closed. At night, she found herself pacing softly by her window. The world outside had turned darker, not because of clouds, but because the moon itself seemed veiled. The lock reflected no light, only the faint shadow of its own existence. She thought then of how easily reflection deceives, how smooth water hides the depths beneath. And in that thought she saw herself a queen reflected in stillness, yet beneath currents swirling unseen. Letters arrived again. Some were written in the delicate hand of courtiers promising loyalty. Others came unsigned, their words sharp as glass. She read them all with the same calm gaze, her breath steady. Once she paused upon a line, one that spoke of her being too young to decide, too soft to lead. The words did not sting. They merely echoed what the world had always believed, that youth was a weakness, that gentleness was not vite. But she had begun to see it differently. Softness, she knew now, could endure what hardness could not. Water, after all, wears down stone, not by force, but by persistence. So she did not confront her accusers. She did not declare her innocence or rage against the quiet treachery that circled her halls. Instead, she kept to her routines: the candle, the letters, the walks in the garden. Each act, small and deliberate, became her form of defiance, her refusal to be drawn into noise. The calm she carried was no longer for comfort, it was armor. And yet in rare moments when the world had fallen completely still, when even the fire had gone out and the scent of wax lingered faintly in the dark, she felt a tremor of sorrow pass through her. It was not fear nor anger, but something gentler, a mourning for simplicity. The realization that, even in youth, innocence must one day loosen its hold. But she did not dwell on it. She had learned that grief, like rain, must pass through without resistance. The mirror in her chamber reflected her face in candlelight, pale, calm, unbroken. She studied it for a long time. It was not vanity that held her gaze, but recognition. The storms had begun, and she could see their faint reflection in her own eyes, not as chaos, but as clarity. There is a kind of peace, she thought, that comes not from safety, but from acceptance. And with that thought, she turned from the mirror, drew her cloak tighter, and whispered to the night, "Let it come." Dawn came late that spring. The sky above Edinburgh Castle hung in shades of pearl and ash, as though light itself were hesitant to arrive. The air was heavy with something unspoken, and even the birds, usually loud heralds of morning, sang softly, as if they too were aware of what waited in the distance. Mary awoke before her attendants entered, her eyes opening to the thin, pale glow of early light seeping through the curtains. She did not yet know what the day would bring, only that something within it had shifted. The court was restless. Footsteps moved faster in the corridors. Conversations broke off at her approach, and faces once open to her had begun to close. moved through it all like someone walking underwater, aware of the disturbance around her, but untouched by its immediate pull. This was not naivety, it was resolve. The quiet she had cultivated through seasons of patience now held her upright, a still flame within wind. Whispers spoke of alliances broken, of letters intercepted, of trust traded for advantage. Every rumor seemed to mirror another, as though the air itself had become a hall of distorted reflections. Mary had been taught that crowns are won by loyalty, but now she began to understand that they are kept only by endurance. She remembered her mother's words, "The crown is not made of gold, but of waiting." How true they seemed now, as the shimmer of betrayal began to reveal its pattern across the tapestry of her court. She withdrew, not in retreat, but in quiet preservation. The candle on her desk still burned each night, though its wax now ran unevenly, as if the flame itself sensed unrest. She found herself writing fewer letters and more reflections, not to plead or persuade, but simply to name the feelings that had no place in speech. "Power," she wrote one night, "is not what I thought. It is not command or applause. It is endurance. It is the willingness to be misunderstood." Outside her chambers, rain had begun to fall again, soft but steady. Each drop struck the stone with the faintest sound, a rhythm that reminded her of something eternal. The sound of crowns falling, she thought, might not be thunderous at all. Perhaps it was like this, soft, continuous, unnoticed by those not listening. She imagined the sound of past rulers being forgotten, their names dissolving into the centuries, and wondered if they too had felt this mixture of sorrow and serenity in their final hours of calm. The letters that did arrive now came wrapped in caution. Some offered sympathy, some warning, yet she found herself unmoved by them. The web around her was already spun, and there was a kind of release in knowing it. To resist every thread was futile. To breathe within it was wisdom. She began to meet her days as one meets the sea, allowing the tide to carry what it must, holding only to what remained beneath the waves, her stillness. There were moments, brief and piercing, when grief would rise like a shadow behind her ribs. It's not for her title, nor even her safety, but for the soft dream that once guided her, the belief that gentleness might protect her from the world's sharper edges. But even as that illusion dissolved, something purer took its place, an understanding that peace is not the absence of storms, but the calm within them. On her final night within the castle, before she was moved under watch, she lit her candle once more. The flame leaned slightly, as though bowing to her. She thought of how many nights it had burned beside her through letters, silences, and small awakenings. Now it burned as witness. She sat beside it until dawn, her face quiet, her eyes reflecting both the light and the coming dark. When the guards came, they found her already standing, her hands folded loosely before her. There was no resistance, no plea. Only that same composure, the soft, enduring light of one who had learned to rule herself, even as the world stripped her of her throne. The sound of falling crowns, she realized, is not the crash of loss. It is the sigh of acceptance. There are endings that echo like thunder, and there are endings that arrive like breath, soft, weightless, inevitable. Mary's story was the latter. When her final journey began, it was under a gray sky, the kind of sky that neither promises nor mourns. The world seemed hushed, as if even the wind understood that this was not a moment for spectacle. The carriage wheels turned slowly on the wet road, each rotation a rhythm of farewell. Inside, Mary sat upright, wrapped in a simple cloak, her hands folded around a small rosary. The beads were smooth from years of prayer, the thread slightly frayed, a quiet symbol of a life worn through faith and endurance. As the landscape passed, she watched the fields and trees blur together. They were not foreign to her, only distant, like memories that belonged to someone she once was. Every mile brought her closer to the end, that had been waiting patiently for her, since the first day she was called queen. And yet she did not fear it. Fear had no place left in her. There was only a strange serenity, as though she were finally moving toward something that had been calling her name all along. The castle that awaited her was smaller, quieter than those she had once known. The air smelled faintly of stone and wax, the rooms narrow, the light restrained. Yet within its simplicity, there was a kind of peace. Gone were the murmurs of courtiers, the unending whispers of ambition. In their place was silence, complete and unbroken, a silence so pure that she could hear her own heartbeat steady and calm. It was there, in that stillness, that she began to feel something unexpected: release. At night, she asked for her candle, as she always had. The servants who brought it to her did not speak. They seemed to understand that this small ritual was sacred. When the flame was lit, its light spread across the room, soft and gold, and Mary smiled faintly. "It's enough," she whispered. And it was. The candle had been her companion through youth, through rule, through loss. Now it burned beside her in the quiet after everything. Its light trembled slightly, as if aware of its own fragility, but it did not falter. Neither did she. In the hours before dawn, she wrote her final letter. The words were not about politics or blame, but about forgiveness. Forgiveness not as absolution, but as understanding. She wrote slowly, pausing often, her quill resting lightly between her fingers. "The world," she wrote, "is a mirror, and what we send into it, we meet again. I send back calm." When she finished, she sealed the letter with wax, then placed it beside the candle, letting its heat soften the seal. The light wavered across the page, and she thought how strange it was, how something so small could illuminate so much. Morning arrived softly. The air was cool, and a faint mist drifted through the courtyard. Mary rose, not hurriedly, but with the quiet rhythm of someone preparing for a journey she already knew by heart. The gown she wore was simple, its color the pale gray of morning fog. As she walked through the halls, her steps echoed softly against the stone. Those who watched her pass felt something they could not name, not pity, not fear, but reverence. She moved like someone already free, and when the moment came, she did not tremble. The sky was pale, the light diffused, and the wind brushed gently against her hair. She lifted her eyes once not to heaven, but to the horizon, and smiled. The candle, miles away in her chamber, burned one final time, its flame thinning into silence. No one saw it go out. It did not flicker. It simply ceased, as calm and inevitable as breath. In that stillness, history paused. The girl who wore a kingdom became more than her name, more than her fate. She became the quiet itself, that lingering calm after every storm, that soft reminder that even in the breaking there is beauty. The candle's smoke rose for a moment, curling into the shape of memory, and then was gone. The wind in Macedonia always carried a strange music, a low, endless sound that seemed to come not from the earth, but from the sky itself. It rolled across the hills, whispering through the olive trees, bending the fields of gold until they shimmered like water. It was the sound of something ancient, something that existed long before empires or kings. And it was into that sound that a boy was born, one who would one day be called Alexander. They said omens followed his birth, that the temple of Artemis burned on the night he entered the world, as if the heavens had made room for another kind of fire. But no one who held him in their arms that morning could have guessed how far that flame would travel, or how quietly it would begin, with the soft breath of an infant, with the hush of dawn over the hills. His mother, Olympias, believed him destined for greatness. His father, Philip, believed him destined for conquest. Between the two, Alexander grew like a spark caught between wind and stone, shaped by both, belonging to neither. As a child, he loved silence, while other boys played with wooden swords, shouting their imagined victories into the air. Alexander wandered to the edge of the plains and listened to the hum of insects, the rustle of grass, the quiet shift of clouds overhead. He often spoke little, but when he did, his words carried a strange clarity, as though he were speaking not to the people before him, but to time itself. He asked questions that unsettled his tutors. Why does glory fade? And if the gods are immortal, why do they envy us? When he was old enough to be taught by Aristotle, he did not learn with awe, but with an almost serene hunger. Knowledge to him was not a ladder to climb, but a river to drift along wide, calm, inevitable. He absorbed everything: philosophy, poetry, medicine, astronomy. And yet, even as he listened, his eyes would often wander to the horizon beyond the city walls, to that thin line where the known world ended. The others saw a boundary, saw an invitation. In the evenings, he would ride alone. The horse he tamed, Bucephalus, was said to fear its own shadow until Alexander turned it toward the sun. It was a story told often, though in truth it was less about courage than about understanding. The boy simply saw what the others missed. That fear fades when one faces the light directly. That lesson would follow him all his life. His father's court was loud with ambition, men arguing, drinking, dreaming of battles and borders. Alexander would stand quietly among them, his gaze unfixed, his hands clasped behind his back. When asked what he thought of conquest, he would smile faintly and say, "Conquest is only a map of desire." They laughed at him then, but the words lingered, soft as prophecy. When Philip was assassinated, the air itself seemed to still. The sound of mourning echoed through the city. The boy who had watched from the shadows stepped forward without hesitation. He was 20. The crown, heavy and golden, caught the morning light as it was placed upon his head, but to Alexander, it did not feel like triumph. It felt like silence. The kind that comes before something vast. He did not celebrate. That night, he stood alone on the palace balcony, looking out over the torches burning in the distance, thousands of small fires, each one a life, each one a story. "They will follow me," he murmured, "but they do not yet know where." His voice was quiet but certain. There was no arrogance in it, only inevitability. The next years unfolded like a dream, not a fevered one, but the slow, inevitable kind that deepens with every breath. Campaign by campaign, city by city, the boy from Macedonia began to stretch his shadow across the world. Yet, even in the chaos of war, his calm never wavered. Soldiers spoke of his eyes, how they seemed both near and distant, as if he were always half listening to something no one else could hear. He carried Aristotle's teachings in his heart, but he carried silence even more closely. Before battles, he would walk the length of his army without speaking. Men would fall still as he passed. The only sound, the faint jingle of armor, the soft crunch of earth beneath his boots. They said he looked like a god among men, but to Alexander, he felt only human, fragile, finite, aware. He once told his general Parmenion, "If the gods are truly above us, it must be lonely." When the great Persian Empire fell before him, the world seemed to bow. Yet even in victory, Alexander felt the same calm ache he had known as a child staring at the horizon, that strange mixture of wonder and emptiness. He had crossed from one edge of the world to another, and found that the silence followed him everywhere. In the quiet of his tent after battle, he would unroll maps and trace his fingers across them slowly. Not as a conqueror, but as a seeker. There were nights when he would not sleep, only sit with his candle burning low, staring at the unmarked parts of the parchment. The edges, always the edges, the places that no one had drawn yet. His generals saw ambition in his gaze. What he saw was longing, a longing to find where the world ended and what waited beyond it. Sometimes he would whisper to himself, "What happens when there is no more world to conquer?" And the answer would come not in words, but in silence. That same ancient silence that had filled the wind of Macedonia, that had watched him be born, that now followed him like a patient shadow. And perhaps, deep down, he already knew the truth that history would take centuries to understand, that no man truly conquers the world. He only wanders through it, gathering reflections of himself in every land he touches, until, at last, the world conquers him in return. There are maps that end not with lines, with breath, where ink gives way to imagination, and the paper itself seems to sigh into the unknown. That is where Alexander now walked, a man no longer chasing borders, but something quieter, less visible. Perhaps it was peace. Perhaps it was proof. Perhaps it was just the sound of his own heartbeat meeting the silence at the world's edge. He had marched farther than any king before him, through deserts that burned, across rivers wide as memory.
Ow.
The men who followed him no longer counted the days or the miles. They measured distance in silence, in the fading of familiar stars. The banner still waved, the drums still echoed, but the music had changed. It was slower now, heavier, like the rhythm of the earth itself. Sometimes, at dusk, Alexander would stop his horse and gaze out across the horizon. He would say nothing for a long while. The soldiers would fall still behind him, afraid to disturb that sacred pause. In that quiet, the air felt softer, the sky more endless. He would close his eyes and listen to the wind against the armor, to the faint crackle of torches, to the faraway murmur of a world that never truly slept. It was then that he began to speak less and dream more. The generals, old men with tired eyes, tried to reason with him. They spoke of logistics, of supply lines and storms. But Alexander's thoughts had already crossed into another country, one not found on any map. The ocean lies ahead, they told him. There is nothing beyond it. He only smiled faintly. Then it is time, he said, to see what nothing looks like. His tent at night was no longer a place of rest, but a small, flickering temple to memory. Scrolls and maps lay scattered. Candles burned low. The scent of oil and dust mingled with the faint sweetness of pressed flowers, reminders of home, of a world he had long outgrown. When sleep came, it came like a tide, carrying dreams of the boy he once was, the boy who tamed a frightened horse, listened to the wind, who asked why the gods envied mortals. Sometimes he would wake before dawn, rise quietly, and walk through the camp alone. The soldiers would stir in their tents as he passed, sensing his presence even in silence. To them, he was no longer just a man. He was a legend, still breathing.
Alexander
did not feel immortal. He felt hollow, filled not with power, but with echoes. He wondered if perhaps the gods had envied mortals because mortals could stop, because they could rest, fade, and be remembered. When they reached the edge of the Indian Ocean, he stood barefoot on the sand. The waves came and went, soft and endless, whispering in a language older than empires. He bent down, touched the water, and watched it ripple away from his hand. So, he said softly, this is it. The horizon shimmered before him, a curtain of light and distance. For the first time in years, he felt something like peace. The men behind him waited for orders for another city to take, another mountain to cross. None came. Alexander simply turned to them and said, "We have found the end." But the end, as it turned out, was only another beginning, the beginning of weariness, of longing, of the slow unraveling that follows every great ascent. He began the return journey with eyes that saw differently. Where once he saw conquest, he now saw fragility. Where once he saw glory, he saw ghosts. Cities rose behind him, built in his name, but his heart no longer lingered there. It wandered instead toward the quiet places, the riverbanks, the small villages, the temples lost in the trees. He would pause, speak with strangers, listen to their stories. He was searching for something that could not be named. Perhaps for the boy who had listened to the wind all those years ago. Illness came softly, like a shadow that had been walking beside him all along, waiting for its moment to step forward. Fever took him in Babylon, where the air was heavy and fragrant with dust and incense. He lay surrounded by generals, priests, and silence. The empire he had built stretched beyond imagining, and yet, as he looked out over the dimly lit room, it all felt so small. They asked him who should succeed him. His lips barely moved, the words faint but certain, to the strongest. But perhaps that was not a command. Perhaps it was a riddle. A whisper, an acknowledgement that strength itself is a passing dream. Outside, the city hummed with life, with the sound of markets and fountains and footsteps. Outside, the light faded slowly. His last thoughts were not of battles or kingdoms, but of the horizon, that thin silver line where the world had always seemed to end. In his final breath, he imagined stepping across it, not as a conqueror, but as a traveler returning home. When he was gone, the empire fractured like glass struck by sunlight, each shard reflecting a different piece of his legend. But in the centuries that followed, people did not remember him for the borders he drew or the wars he won. They remembered him for the way he reached beyond them, for the way he seemed to ask, even in his silence, what lies beyond what we can see. And so his story became a kind of lullaby, the song of a boy who tried to touch the edge of the world, and in doing so, taught the world how to dream of edges. The maps changed. The empires faded. But somewhere in the hush of wind over distant plains, his name still lingers, not loud, not proud, but quiet, patient, like a breath between two eternities. There comes a time when even the grandest stories grow tired. The banners fall still, the fires fade to ash, and the voices that once filled the halls of kings are replaced by the simple rhythm of breath and wind. The world does not end with thunder. It sighs. It folds itself softly back into silence, as it has done 1,000 times before. The children who became kings, Tutankhamun, Puyi, Mary, Alexander, they are gone now, but their echoes remain. They linger in the stones, in the pages, in the quiet corners of the earth, where time forgets to pass. Their stories are not lessons, nor warnings. They are only reminders that even those born into crowns must one day learn how to rest. When we speak of them now, it is not to remember power or glory, but to remember stillness. Tutankhamun, lying beneath the sands, surrounded by gold and silence. The boy who ruled the sun and then vanished into it. His tomb was a whisper, a sealed breath of history.
Oh.
But inside that darkness, there was no loneliness, only peace. A stillness so complete it became a kind of music. And Puyi, the last emperor, standing in the ruins of an empire that had crumbled beneath his feet. His life was a long unlearning of grandeur, of ceremony, of everything he had been told he was meant to be. Yet perhaps in that quiet garden where he tended plants in his final years, he found something greater than power. The small, perfect act of watching something grow. The slow forgiveness of time. Mary, too, drifted into legend, her name tangled with politics and tragedy, her life remembered in the soft rustle of old letters and faded portraits. But maybe what remains of her is not her crown or her fall, but the young girl who once looked out across the misted hills of Scotland and felt the weight of her own heart. To have ruled, to have loved, to have lost all of it, in the end, became just another way of being human. Ode Alexander, who carried his dreams beyond the edge of the known world, until even the stars seemed to bend toward him. He sought the infinite and found its reflection in silence. In that final breath by the waters of Babylon, he did not conquer the world, he joined it. He became part of the endless hush that moves through time, the same hush that greets us in the moments between waking and sleep. History remembers them as rulers, as symbols, as figures of legend, but perhaps tonight we can remember them differently. As children who once laughed, who once watched the rain through palace windows, who once wondered what lay beyond their walls. Before they were kings and queens, they were dreamers, small hearts carried by vast destinies. And in that, they are not so different from us. Close your eyes and imagine the world long ago, before empires, before names. The sound of a breeze through reeds, the hush of waves against unseen shores. Somewhere, a young ruler dreams beneath a sky full of stars, the same stars that now drift above you. The world hums the same low melody it always has. The air itself seems to breathe. If you listen closely, you can almost hear them, not as ghosts, but as fragments of memory. A boy whispering to his horse beneath the sun. A young queen writing a letter by candlelight. A dethroned emperor tending a small green leaf. A child king breathing in the still air of eternity. All of them resting now, not in sorrow, but in surrender. The world turns slowly. The night deepens. The sound of your own breathing joins the rhythm of centuries. Every story, no matter how grand, ends in this same gentle way, with quiet, with space, with a kind of peace that has no need for endings or beginnings. Perhaps that is the true crown, not gold, not power, but stillness. To sit at the edge of everything, to let the noise fade, and to know that being alive was always enough. The torches of the past flicker and fade. The sands shift, the palaces crumble, and the seas move endlessly against forgotten shores. Yet through it all, one truth remains. Everything that once burned brightly must, in the end, rest in the dark. And that is not a tragedy. It is the nature of light. So let the kings sleep. Let their crowns grow dim beneath the dust. Let the centuries fold gently over their names. For they have walked their paths, and now the world hums softly around them. A lullaby sung by time itself. And you too are part of that hush, you too. Drift on that same river that carried them, not through empires or wars, but through the quiet places of the soul. The night is wide, the stars are patient, and somewhere between heartbeats, history closes its eyes. The story does not end, it only settles, like dust, like breath, like sleep.